for the 5 trip to California. So a great volume of the population went through here at that time. Then, and Kansas City was really nothing then. In the 1860 census, St. Joseph was larger than what there was of Omaha and Council Bluffs and Kansas City. That was never true again. Then later on, then came the Civil War, and this was a southern community, and I'm indebted to Harold Slater for his conversation with Harry Truman one time. Harry Truman said when St. Joseph didn't get the railroad, that was the end of the thing. Well, of course, that didn't come till after the Civil War, and they pulled down the flag here, the American flag, in 1861. It was a southern community, and that gave it the reputation of being a rebel community. That didn't help in Washington at all. And then the tide of history swung to the south. Oklahoma was opened up, and Kansas City was nearer to the southwest, and the southwest took over a good deal of the flow of population. Now that's my reasoning as to why Kansas City went ahead of St. Joseph.
Yes, and it didn't help any, the fact that the mayor of St. Joseph was the fellow who tore the flag off the post office. That was M. Jeff Thompson, and he later on, he left St. Joe and became a Confederate general known as the Swamp Fox. You remember that, don't
That's
you,
right.
Sheridan?
That's right.
And in Sheridan's book, he has some election figures, and while Lincoln was elected in 60 and 64, he did not carry St. Joe, and my recollection was he got less than 1/5 of the vote here. Sheridan probably knows the exact number.
More like 10%.
Yeah,
he got about 10% of the vote here, and the state of Missouri was the only state that gave all its electoral votes to Stephen Douglas. But Lincoln, on the popular vote, Lincoln got about 40%. And of course, we know now that President Clinton has gotten 39%. It's rather similar. But due to the larger population of the eastern states in the electoral vote, Lincoln zoomed on ahead to about 59% in the electoral vote. Of course, the South regarded this as a minority president, and that stimulated the defection of the southern states.
And we were pretty much of a rebel town during the start of the Civil War. It was so bad that we had martial law here, and the government ran the town, and the headquarters, by the way, was the Paley House, still standing today and a real historical monument to this city. Incidentally, in the old history books, it shows that while the military was in control of the town, they had some hangings, public hangings, right down immediately south of the Paley House at 12th and Penn Street. But as Sheridan was said, this all the way up to through Prohibition, even after that, this was a typical river town, and it was wide open during Prohibition to liquor, to gambling, and to prostitution. We had what amounted to as licensed prostitution in St. Joseph, with the ladies of the evening paying regular fines without even being arrested. They would show up at the station and volunteer they were in the business. They would pay their fines for municipal court, pay the bond, offer bonds to appear in municipal court the following Monday. Then the bonds should be forfeited. They would never show up in court. That money was taken in by the city for the police pension fund. And there was, this gambling was this open. There were several dice games on Edmund Street, one of the principal thoroughfares of St. Joseph. And you could walk down Edmund Street and you could hear the dice clicking 2 or 3 places inside. And a couple of them had fronts. They called them cigar stores. You could get almost any kind of a gambling game in there. You can get poker or craps or blackjack, any kind of a gambling game. You can buy almost anything there except cigars. they never had very many cigars on hand.
Harold, the best known of these in that area was Lizzie King. Tell us about her. What was her real name?
Well, Lizzie King she was known all over the Middle West, and she was unbelievable that she was running a place of prostitution within 150 feet of the front door of the City Hall for 15 years before she moved. That was when the old City Hall was down towards Market Square at 2nd and Edmund Street, and her address was 120.5 South 2nd Street. Isn't that right, Sheridan?
That sounds right.
And she had a place down there, and then she moved away from there to 415 Messina Street, and she continued in business until her death in 1939. And the police, you might say they respect her. One thing, she was one of the most charitable persons they ever had in St. Joseph, and the police said she always told the truth. She never went out of her way to protect anybody, and sometimes thieves and ex-convicts would come in, and the police would check to see if they'd been there, and Lizzie always told them the truth. And when I was police reporter in 1928 and 29, why, there was a standing order at the police station during the winter. If any man came in, he needed a hat, an overcoat, or shoes, why, send him up to a store up on Felix Street and charge him to Lizzie King. She was that kind of charity. Did it all the time, and she was a business lady. If she had ever been a prostitute, it had to be many, many years ago, because when I knew her, she's up in her top 70s. She was not the most beautiful person in the world, and she was a business operator, though. She had a forelady who kind of conducted the management of the establishment, and the forelady's name was Claudia. And I know this because I was police reporter, and Claudia used to bring the fines into the police station. Incidentally, one day of my life I actually remember, I interviewed Lizzie King and Harry Truman the same day, but at different places. Harry Truman was in town in 1936 to make a speech urging the re-election of Franklin D. Roosevelt to a second term. And I talked to Lizzie King. At that time, they were trying to get permanent registration in St. Joe. And in checking through records of rooming houses, brothels, and cheap hotels around town, we found out there's something like 16 or 18 people registered as living at Lizzie King's establishment on Messina Street. The office sent me down there to talk to Miss Lizzie and see how many of those people were legitimate. She was not too fond of talking to a reporter at all, but she was gracious enough to answer my questions, and you would say, how about so-and-so? And said, well, she never lived here, and then, well, I wouldn't have her, and I know him, but he's never stayed here. And it turned out that there actually was about 4 legal registrants of these 16 or 18 who were on the registration books. So Lizzie King, along with the League of Women Voters, struck a blow to help us get permanent registration to end a lot of false voting in the city of St. Joseph. I don't believe she ever got a city award for it.
What was her real name?
Her real name was Mrs. George Ritz. I think she'd been married about 3 times. I knew who her husband was. He's come to the police station and discussed with his friends there, never about his wife's business, this casual conversation. He had run a saloon before that, and she kept her name. And I looked up in the city directory one time, and the first place she was in business was near 10th and Frederick Avenue, and that was around 1899. And when she died, her name was known all over. There was an American Legion convention in Cleveland, and St. Joe had a big group in there and carrying a big banner going down Cleveland right through the financial district. And somebody way up in the old building said, hey, St. Joe, how's old Lizzie King? Everybody knew who Lizzie King was. She was quite a person, and really a character in St. Joe, and who did an awful lot of good for an awful lot of down and out people. And she had her own ideas. I got so I'd occasionally, when I was out on police, I'd talk to her. She had her own ideas. She thought selling sex was no different than selling Buicks or bonbons, and she saw there's no moral things in her mind about it. She's just selling a commodity.
I'd like to say something about the pulling down of the American flag. The Lincoln election was very, very poorly received in St. Joseph. This, of course, was a community that had been settled very largely from the South, much of it from Kentucky, and it was a slave state. Never in the great plantation system of the South. It was more of a domestic man to help you on the farm or a woman to help you in the kitchen. That's what it was. But the feeling was that Lincoln really was a minority president. He didn't represent what Missouri stood for. I think Missourians would like to have been neutral in the Civil War, but they did have family and friends in the South. So when Lincoln was elected with about 10% of the vote, and incidentally, I don't quite know how it came about, but you can read in the files of the St. Joseph Gazette, which was running at that time, the names of the people that voted for Lincoln. It's sort of a badge of shame in a way. I don't know how that came about, but I know you can go to the library and read that. Well, anyhow, when Lincoln was elected, there was a mass meeting, and they sent a telegram to him saying, "We don't want you to change our postmaster." They had Mr. Davis, a Kentucky man, and they liked him very much. He later was the inventor of the railway mail car. But despite that fact, Lincoln did appoint an Illinois man as the postmaster. And there was a good deal of activity of flags. A Confederate flag was put up down on the river and taken down so that the city council passed an ordinance that no flags of any kind were to be displayed. The new postmaster regarded that as not applying to him. He had federal property, the post office, so he put up the American flag. Jeff Thompson had just retired as mayor, and he, being a Southern man coming from Virginia originally, thought this was quite a slap in the face, and he had a few drinks and talked to some other people, and they thought this was an outrage, and they'd better take that flag down. So Jeff Thompson went over, and they took the flag down and threw the flagpole into the river. It just happened that at that time, the Honorable Schuyler Colfax, who was chairman of the Committee on Post Offices in the House of Representatives, came to St. Joseph, and he observed all this. That, of course, didn't help at all. So the word went out that this was a rebel town, and that was quite a black mark for them in all the years after the Civil War, when Republican office holders were in the ascendancy. Another thing that I mentioned before was that this argued against the establishment, the continuation of the Transcontinental Railway from St. Joseph. The railway, Hannibal and St. Joseph, reached this point in February of 1859, and they had a great celebration. It was thought that obviously, when they got to the Transcontinental Railway, they would continue on from here. But that didn't happen. The war came on, and all railway building stopped, and nothing happened then. About 1863, Lincoln in office felt that this was a great thing that should proceed anyhow, and the country and the government was tied up with the war, so it should be done by private hands, aided by government subsidy. He made 2 visits. He had made 2 visits to St. Joseph in 1859 after the railway had been established. On the first of those trips, he took the steamboat up to Council Bluffs, spent several days there, and if you go to Council Bluffs Library today, you can see a marker in the public library that the house that Lincoln stayed in was on that site. When he was there in '59, he had asked them what they thought about the extension of the railway to the west, and he was told that the man who knew more about this than anybody else was Grenville Dodge, a civil engineer who was engaged in building a railroad across the state of Iowa. He talked to Dodge. Dodge had just returned from a horseback trip out to the Rockies because he was looking over the land to see what his own decision would be as to the optimum place to put the railroad. And he told Lincoln that in his opinion, the economic best place to put the railroad was the gradual incline of the Platte Valley. Lincoln remembered that. And so in 1863, when he thought something should be done about the railroad, he sent for Dodge, who was then a general with the Army of Tennessee, restoring railroads that had been torn up down in Tennessee. Dodge received this information that he was to report to the White House. He didn't know what it was. He wondered if he had done anything wrong, and he was quite apprehensive. When he got there, he was delighted to find that all Lincoln wanted to do was to talk to him again about the place to put the Transcontinental Railroad. Dodge repeated that, in his opinion, the Platte Valley was the place to go from Council Bluffs. Lincoln took that, and work on the railroad was started. The Union Pacific has the documents. It was an executive order, and it said the eastern terminus shall be a point west of Council Bluffs, and so work did start. There's another bit of St. Joseph folklore that the reason the railroad didn't go from St. Joseph west was a political one because of that pulling down of the flag and getting the bad reputation as a rebel town. I don't believe that. I believe that the decision made by Lincoln was on purely economic grounds on the advice of General Dodge. Later on, in 1868, after the construction of the railroad had really reached out as far as Fort Laramie, and General Grant was a candidate for the presidency. Grant and General Sheridan went out to inspect what was going on with the building of the railroad. It was out as far as Laramie. On their way back, they stopped off in St. Joseph, and they stayed at the Pacific House. And a very raucous crowd developed. Of course, General Grant didn't set very high in a southern town, which this was, and so they hissed him. And part of the St. Joseph folklore is that that's the reason that St. Joseph wasn't the terminus of the railroad. Well, the dates prove that that isn't true because the railroad is already built from Omaha west as far as Laramie. Very interesting, there were 2 newspapers in St. Joseph that time. The Gazette was always a Democratic paper, and the other one, I think, maybe the News, I don't remember exactly. And so when General Grant departed, the Democratic paper said, well, this is good riddance, this is a fine thing to get rid of him. The other paper, which had Republican tendencies, said this is a great blow to St. Joseph. We've hurt ourselves enormously, as no doubt they had to some extent.
Sheridan knows how many visits Lincoln made to St. Joe. One of the stories I've heard and never heard authenticated was that he came here one time. He spent the night in what turned out to be the priest's home at St. Peter and Paul Church at 20th and Slater Street, and at that time, that was the home of Willard P. Hall, who became governor of Missouri. But Lincoln had served in Congress with Hall, and that they said he spent the night there. I've never heard that authenticated. Have you, Sheridan?
I think it's I think there's no proof, but I think it's a very likely thing, because he did know Willard P. Hall. They had met way back in about 49, I think, when Lincoln was a member of Congress. Lincoln made 2 trips to St. Joseph in 1859. In 1858, he had been a candidate for U.S. Senator from Illinois, and that's when the Lincoln-Douglas debates took place. At that time, senators were not elected by popular vote as they are today, but the senators were elected by the legislature. And as the Illinois legislature was democratically controlled, Stephen Douglas won the election, although many people think the debates showed otherwise. But anyhow, that stirred Lincoln's interest in the question of which was predominant at that time, slavery. Lincoln believed that the institution was so deeply tangled in the economy of the South that it could not quickly be changed. However, he believed that it was not a moral situation and it should not be extended to the territories, the new that came in as states later on. And of course, here we were on the western edge of the states, and out there were Kansas and Nebraska, which were still territories. So he was greatly interested in this, and as soon as the railroad came through in February of '59, he thought it'd be a good thing to come out and take a look at the actual land. So he made 2 trips in '59. In August, he came out, arrived in the morning, took a hack up from the railroad station. The passenger station then was at 8th and Olive Street. Took a hack up to the corner of Francis and Main Street, the Edgar House, and had a shave. Then he waited for the steamboat and went on up to Council Bluffs, where he spent several days. Came back later on, was stuck on a sandbar coming back, and delayed a little bit. And that's the time that we're pretty sure he did see his old friend, Willard P. Hall, and undoubtedly was taken out to see the house, which is still there just to the south of the Peter and Paul Church on Warsaw Avenue. It's interesting to think that as they went out in a buggy, they must have seen the newly erected Patey House, which had been built between 56 and 58 and was the finest hotel west of Mississippi. The second trip that he made was at the end of November of '59. Came out again, and this time took the ferry over to Elwood, made some talks at Elwood, went on to Troy, and then got a Surrey and went down to Atchison, went down through the old town of Doniphan, which is now a ghost town. And he was there for several days and made a number of speeches. Actually, the speeches he made at that time were building up to his great statement of the Cooper Union Address. From then on, things moved very quickly. He was invited to New York. He made the Cooper Union address. He had his picture taken by Brady. He later on said two things. He said two things made me president of the United States: the picture by Brady and the Cooper Union address. The election of 1860. This issue about extension of slavery was the big question of the day, and it was believed that William H. Seward of New York was the promising man to be the nominee of the Republican Party. However, the politicians of Illinois succeeded in getting the convention moved to Illinois, where Lincoln was better known, more important than Seward. They had 2 votes, and at the end of the first day, it looked as if Seward was definitely ahead. But overnight, the Illinois people worked hard and pointed out that Lincoln was a younger man, and he was not so tied up to the issues. So the next morning, they succeeded in putting him over.
Actually, I've heard that one of the big factors, Lincoln had a law partner named Herndon, who was the most skilled politician in the state of Illinois, and he was the fellow largely responsible for bringing the presidential nomination to Lincoln. That was the second time the Republicans had a candidate for president. Isn't that right?
That's right.
56 the first time, and then 60.
The Republican Party sort of grew out of the old Whig Party, which disintegrated, and in 1856 they nominated Fremont. Fremont was a Western explorer, and Joe Rubidoux knew Fremont. And I've heard it said that in the 1856 vote, Fremont got only 1 vote in St. Joseph, and that was from Joseph Rubidoux, because he knew him. Very interesting sidelight on on Lincoln's decision to start work on the Union Pacific Railroad from Council Bluffs. Lincoln had, in the late 50s, Lincoln had established himself as a lawyer very well in Illinois, and he'd even acquired a very lucrative post as counsel for the Illinois Central Railroad. So he was well off. In the 1858 Lincoln-Douglas debates, his manager was a man named Norman Judd, J-U-D-D. And Norman Judd was pressed for funds. He owned some real estate called the Riddle Tract on the floodplain at Council Bluffs. And he asked Lincoln to loan him $3,000. Lincoln did this. And it's believed that one of the reasons for his going to Council Bluffs on his second trip to St. Joseph in 1859, or the first trip in August of 1859, was to look over the collateral for his loan, which was this real estate. He did that, and this was brought up when he was about to issue the executive order to start work on the Union Pacific there. And he said, well, people will say that I'm influenced by that, but I'm not. It has nothing to do with it. And I firmly believe that's the case. I think his decision was purely on the advice of General Dodge, and I think it was an economic decision and not a political decision. Something that Harold, part of the St. Joseph folklore is that there were 7 families in St. Joseph that were prosperous. They had had the leading businesses here, and the folklore is that they conspired to keep wages low. Is there anything in that, do you think?
No, I don't believe there's anything. You always hear that those so reputed 7 families, they kept other stores out of St. Joe. But the truth of the matter is, it provided an awful lot of employment. We had several wholesale houses here, had 200 and 300 employees, and going good. The wages were not magnificent. I worked at one of them as a bill clerk when I was 18 years old, and I got $75 a month. And that wasn't unusual. That wasn't too bad a salary. But I think those families have been unjustly accused. I think they've done a lot to help build St. Joe. And I think a lot of this is just a little bit of jealousy. Sheridan, while you were talking about the Civil War, I'd like to go to one of the fellows who was a #1 Republican in St. Joe and became one of the most publicized men in the United States. He became the hanging judge of Fort Smith. His name is Isaac C. Parker. He came to St. Joe in 1859 from his hometown with an unusual name, Vinegar Village, Ohio. He came to St. Joe, immediately got involved in Republican politics, and was regularly attacked by the Gazette, which was Democratic. But he was elected city attorney in 1862, and then 2 years later, he ran on the ticket with Lincoln here. And while Lincoln lost, Republican Isaac C. Parker was elected prosecuting attorney. Then 4 years later, he ran on the ticket with U.S. Grant and was elected circuit judge. And from there, in 1870, he was elected to Congress. He served 2 terms in Congress, and then 1874, he ran for United States Senator and was defeated. He was looking for a job, and he went to Grant, whom he had supported, and Grant offered him several jobs, and he finally decided to take the one as federal judge for the Western District of Arkansas with headquarters at Fort Smith. That was an unusual district. That district included all of the Oklahoma Territory, and the district ran all the way from Arkansas to the Colorado border. It was a district that was full of lawlessness. The judge that he had succeeded had quit out of fear of impeachment, the way he had conducted the office, and so Parker went in. Parker, in St. Joseph, by the way, had met a young lady who attended the convent of the Sacred Heart in St. Joseph, and they married. She was a devout Catholic. He was a devout Methodist. He was a God-fearing man, and he believed in justice the way the Bible called it out. And while he was judge, federal judge, he sentenced 182 men to be hanged on the men and women to be hanged on the gallows, and he watched most things personally. Actually, 84 of them were killed, were hanged. 43 of them got presidential pardons. Some of them got new trials, others are different reasons. But Parker, from his chambers, he could watch. And one day he hanged 6 people simultaneously and watched them. And then later on, one day he hanged 5 people simultaneously, and he watched that hanging too. And there's an awful lot of horse stealing and murderous thugs. And the time he hanged 5, they were all members of the same Buck gang. And at one time he had close to 200 marshals, deputy marshals, all over the Oklahoma Territory and Arkansas. And as a result, an awful lot of time, I think he tried something like 1,300 and some capital cases. He's really a busy judge. He held the position from 74 to 96, and they abolished it. And the last month he was in office, he ordered his last hanging, and his health broke down, and he died just 2 months after his court was abolished. Homer Croy, one of the best-known Missouri authors, he comes from Maryville. He wrote a wonderful book about Judge Parker. The title of the book was He Hanged Them High. And it's really a book worth reading. And getting on the other side, Sheridan, I'd like to point out the most important, well, I think it's the most important civil case ever tried in St. Joseph. That was by Judge William Kimberlin, and it was the interpretation of the will of George Bodie, Jr. As a result of that interpretation, millions and millions of dollars have been spent in St. Joe for recreation and for public good, and there were those who opposed it, and they wanted to spend it for things that would not have been to our advantage, but the way they upheld the will and interpreted it, it sure has been a great boon for this community. It has lasted now for close to 30 years, and is set up in a way that will last for many, many years to come. But then to switch to the other side, the most important criminal case, most sensational criminal case ever tried in Buchanan County, I think you agree, won't you, Sheridan? It was the trial of Oscar McDaniel. This in 1916. Oscar McDaniel was charged with the murder of his wife, who had been bludgeoned to death in the bedroom of their home at 1810 South 20th Street. He was prosecuting attorney at the time, and they charged him with murder, and he was just as cool as he could be. He was a man of iron nerves, and when they arrested him and took him to the police station, this is how times change. This is the biggest arrest in the history of St. Joe, and they leisurely went out in a streetcar to make the arrest. They went out to his house, and he said, I haven't had much fresh air today. I'd like to walk to the police station. The police station at that time was the 7th and Messina Street, about 2 miles from his home. So the detective said, okay, and they walked down there. He stopped us at a drugstore, bought some cigars, and told him, I'll be away for a while, but I'll be back later to get more cigars. Went to the police station, and the Gazette reporter interviewed him and said, do you have any statement to make? And he said, yes. I'll tell you this, I'm going to vote for Woodrow Wilson for president. I'm going to vote for Charles Boer for congressman. And he said, I'm going to vote for whoever the Democratic nominee for president is, I'm going to vote for him. So they took him in and they held him in jail for 16 days, and he ran the office of prosecutor from his jail cell, and he dismissed cases, and then he tried some cases, and in court one day a woman was charged with being a prostitute, and he was trying her, and he said, isn't it a fact that you live in a house of ill fame? And she said, yes, but I never killed a woman. And then she broke down and began crying and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said, I want to apologize. And McDaniel very loyally said, I don't accept apologies on people your ilk. And one of the courthouse legends was that 2 deputy sheriffs almost broke their legs running downstairs, look up the meaning of the word ilk. They'd never heard of it before. But all of the things, and they tried, and the Attorney General of Missouri, John T. Barker, came up, tried the case with the St. Joe attorney, Bart Lockwood. And Bart Lockwood had filed a murder charge against him. It was unusual circumstances. Lockwood and McDaniel, 4 years before, had been assistant prosecuting attorneys working together, but Lockwood was a man of courage, and he filed a murder charge, and Barker made this impassioned plea to the jury and asked that the soul of Harriet Moss McDaniel come down and give us some sign that her husband's guilty of beating her to death. And when he got through, McDaniel went up to him, the Attorney General, and said, General, that was the finest speech I ever heard. And he was acquitted. He had an alibi. He'd gone to the police station, and he really made a good alibi. On his way to and from the police station, he stopped at 2 taverns on Messina Street, had bought a drink for the house, and said that he was looking for his brother, that he had got a call that his brother was causing a disturbance at a tavern, and that's why he came downtown, which is kind of strange because he could have called the police station, which is on Messina Street, and they could have stopped his brother if he was making any kind of a disturbance. But when he got home, he said somebody fired a shot at him, and he fired a shot back. They never found the weapon. They never found the person that killed him. But McDaniel about 3 years later, he was heavily in debt, and he left town with this a note saying that my former law partner were handling my business. And all was quiet for close to 20 years. And one day, Arthur Burroughs got a tip. Arthur was editor of the News Press, that there'd been a very mysterious burial at Mount Morris Cemetery at midnight the night before. So he sent the police reporter, Norman Stewart, and myself, I was courthouse reporter, down to investigate. We went to the funeral home that was supposed to have handled the case, and they would tell us nothing. We went to Mount Morris Cemetery, and we had a suspicion and a hint that it was McDaniel who was being buried there. And the superintendent, Mr. William Keefe of the cemetery, said, no, there's no McDaniel burial at all. But we were still looking, so we went up to the McDaniel plot, Norman and I did, and found out there was a fresh grave there. So we came back and insisted on seeing the record. And so we showed to it, and the Jew's name Oscar Mack. It turned out that for 15 years he had been working for the government in Washington under the name of Oscar Mack. His dying request was that he be buried at the site of the wife of whose murder he'd been acquitted. And there were so many people came out to see the thing that the family eventually took away all the headstones, and the marker is still there now, just McDaniel. I think it's by far the most sensational case they ever tried in criminal court here.
That's great. I'd like to pick up after the Civil War. We've covered that pretty much. When the war started, of course, the sympathies of the town were mostly Southern. The flag was pulled down. Troops were sent up from Fort Leavenworth to restore order. Later on, they were called away, and Southern sympathizers took over again. So control of the town changed twice at that time. It was very disorganized. It was an opportunity for personal grudges to be paid off. The merchants were unable to keep their inventory. Some of them took it across the river to Elwood to preserve it, but the economic situation of the town was really very bad. The whole state was under martial law for all of the Civil War, and that was the situation here. After the war was over, the channels of trade, which had started before, going west, resumed again, and by 1880, prosperity was returning, and the 80s and the 90s were very prosperous times for St. Joseph. Indeed. Several years ago, Dennis Domer of the University of Kansas summarized the history of St. Joseph by saying it was a history of three towns. First, the river town, then and that concentrated things in our so-called downtown now. After that came the railroads, which spread it out, added on South St. Joseph, and currently, of course, things are moving to the east. That's the automobile age. The great prosperity of the 80s and 90s, when the West was being built and the wholesale houses developed here and the salesmen went out covering all the new West, brought this prosperity. And it's a curious thing that there was just at that time of the prosperous conditions, there was a very able man here, an architect, Edmund J. Eckel, who was born in Alsace and graduated Beaux-Arts in Paris, and came to America as a young man looking for a place to settle. And the train he was on was held up by a flood, and he was stuck in St. Joseph for a day or so. He looked around and decided this was a pretty good place to stay. So he moved in 1869 and continued his career here until his death in 1934. And for this reason, there was the prosperity and there was the capable architect. We have a number of outstanding architectural monuments in St. Joseph. I would mention 1872, the Tootle Theater. That was not by E.J. Eckel, that was by Angelo Powell. But it was the gift of a very prosperous young merchant, Mr. Milton Tootle. 1872, the building stands today as the Pioneer Building. Eckel got going, and in 1879, built for Mr. William Wyeth, magnificent house, somewhat reminiscent of a Rhine River castle, which is now the St. Joseph Museum. That later changed hands and was bought by Mrs. Tootle, the widow of Milton Tootle. In 1881, Mr. Eckel and others built a house on Hall Street for Mr. A.M. Schuster, a leading merchant. That stands. When Mr. Schuster's daughter got married in 1884, he had Mr. Eckel build another house just next door, which still stands. These are two outstanding buildings. Then in 1889, Mr. Eckel had in his employ true genius of architectural design, Harvey Ellis. And Ellis was here until about 1893. And as a result of that, there are several buildings. Ellis had worked for the great Henry H. Richardson, an architect in New York and New England. And so these houses are splendid examples of the Romanesque style. They are the first federal building, which started as the German-American Bank in 1889. There is the McNeely House at 701 South 11th Street. There is the McAllister House at 19th and Felix. There is the Nave House at 22nd and Clay Street. There is the so-called Tootle House at 8th and Hall Street. And there is the Moss Home on South, South 9th, 10th?
South 9th.
South 9th.
9th and Sylvania Street.
9th and Sylvania. And that is now the site of the Barbosa restaurant. But one of the great things about St. Joseph is the architectural heritage, and so much of it is all here. Of course, the reason that it's here is that after about after the turn of the century, really, and after, I would say 1910 might have been the peak, and then the World War I came along, and we had the agricultural depression. Business slumped off, and so we have this great architectural heritage because we didn't get the new to push away the old, which so many cities have suffered. But this is one of the great things to see in St. Joseph, this marvelous architectural heritage.
Sheridan's a perfect guide for trips to those things, too. He knows everything about them and their families. But while I was on old buildings, I like to tell my sad story. I went to school in a Civil War barracks, and I've got a unique distinction. I went to college before I went to high school. The Christian Brothers taught in St. Joseph for many years, and their school was at 12th and Henry Street. When I started, it was Christian Brothers College. It was a business school and a 3-year course, and you were not qualified to go to college or anything like that from there. But so after I've been there 2 years going to Christian Brothers College, why they changed it to a 4-year high school. So I wound up as a high school student, and I was in the first class to graduate from Christian Brothers High School, and that was in 1925. I like to say the building's preserved. It wasn't. It was torn down, and I can tell you who bought the building. A fellow in St. Joe who was known to everybody as I Buy Anything. So that's all the luster my school days had. It was sold I Buy Anything. While we're on the light side, I like to mention some people, unusual names, and have been connected with St. Joe. We had a woman named Miss A.J. Booze, B-O-Z-E, and she was head of the Women's Christian Temperance Union, the dry group. She was so active here, she became a state official, and I've had some people who doubted it, and so I refer them to the 1936 city directory, and it shows that she lived at 1701 South 26th Street. Another person with an unusual name, we had a fellow named Joe Gassaway, and he was a barber. And barbers had the reputation of being talkative, and Joe Gassaway sure had the name for the job. And if you look, you can find him in 1924 City Directory. His shop was at 3rd and Edmund Street. And then we had a man here in the apple business, and his name was Jonathan. J-O-N, and second name A-T-H-O-N. And he lived at 2624 Penn Street. You'll find him in the 1944 City Directory in case you want to look him up. And I won a few bets. Some people said those names had to be made up. They weren't. We just had some unusual people, some unusual things.
Harold, don't forget the dentist, Dr. Toothaker.
Well, he's an MD.
Oh, he was an MD. I beg your pardon.
Dr. Toothaker was an MD.
And we also had several doctors, Forgrave.
Forgrave, yeah.
And
Forgrave.
And of course, there is a Bone Break.
Bone Break's still active here, and we also had a police detective named Carl Ketchum, which I always thought was kind of a wonderful name.
Speaking of names, St. Joe has a lot of ethnic history too. Various parts of town.
Yes.
French cross. What is it? French Bottoms.
French. Goosetown, Patey Town, Georgetown, and Wyatt Park, and
Tell about how those came about.
Well, Goosetown was largely the Polish people settled in the vicinity of St. Peter and Paul's Church at 20th and St. Street, or 20th in Warsaw, on both streets there. And then Patey Town, that was around Patey House, which is the celebrated hotel and that Sheridan had mentioned. And one of the unusual things about it, after the war, Mr. Patey, who was a great developer, went broke, and so he conducted a lottery. They sold $2 tickets. They sold them all over the United States, and they lottered off the supply, the furnishings of the hotel and everything, and the hotel itself. And they had the drawing that night, and a week or two before, somebody had returned a bunch of tickets they couldn't sell. So in order to keep the lottery going, as Sheridan knows, he bought the tickets. And guess who won the hotel? John Patey won his own hotel, and he was so honest, and the thing was conducted in the hall down 3rd and Edmund Street, and the auspices of the first John Corby, and nobody contested the thing at all. And he went on, and he kept the hotel. Eventually, he was known for several things. One thing, Jesse James's wife had breakfast there the day after Jesse was murdered in St. Joe in April the 3rd, 1882. And then it became a factory, and it was a girls' school, and they had schedules demolition, had orders demolition, and two fellows, Gary Chocote and Lee Starnes, made a fight against the impossible odds. They kept it from being destructed, being razed, and it's one of the finest museums, one of the greatest collections of historical items of any city around here. It's one of the true great assets of St. Joe, and those two did it with this by rugged determination. It's a thing everybody in St. Joe is proud of. And a very gracious banker, in order to help out, he bought the house that Jesse James was killed in, and they moved it out right next to the Patey house, and it's also a stellar attraction.
The Patey House was the eastern terminus of the Pony Express. Someone once told me that Joseph Roubidoux was a riverman. He believed in the river transportation. John Patey came a little later, and he believed that the railroad had come to stay. He saw that the railroad was going to be built. They'd really started the idea of the railroad in the late 1840s, but it wasn't until 1859 it was completed. But between 1856 and 1858, the Patey House was built, and the original design had put the steps for the upper floors on the outside, which was a terrible mistake. So they changed the architects and got it right, put the inside in. The development of the Pony Express was in this way. As California began to develop, and the gold was discovered in 1848, the great gold rush developed. And first of all, a great many went by ship around the Horn. That took a long time. Then they shortened that by sailing down to the isthmus and either walking or getting a donkey to get across the isthmus and picking up a sailing ship on the other side. This took time, and so Senator Gwynn of California thought that it could be shortened. The time could be shortened. Mail could be gotten out much more quickly, and he conferred with Russell, Majors, and Waddell, which was a freighting firm. And Mr. Russell was sort of the political contact with Congress, and Mr. Majors was the active wagon man. He walked across the plains a number of times with the wagons, and they finally Russell got Congress to approve this thing. Alexander Majors knew at once that it would be a money-losing thing, but he was convinced by Mr. Russell that this was a very good demonstration, and they might be able to get a large grant from Congress. So they started out. They moved very rapidly to set up the number of stations across the country. They hired horses and riders. There are advertisements for the riders of young single men aged about 18, orphans preferred, and they set it up in a very rapidly. And on April 3rd, 1860, they took off on the first run, and Patey House was the eastern. This was more of a southern place. As time has gone on, that of course those people have died off, and there's more of the western inclination today than there was, I think, right at that time.
But there's still a feeling of southern hospitality.
Very much so.
And southern tradition here.
I'd like to get on on the tape what O.O. McIntyre said. O.O. McIntyre was a columnist, newspaper man. He grew up in Plattsburgh, and he then moved on to Ohio, and ended up as a columnist for the Scripps Howard people in New York. And he said, there are two communities in America that are so different than the average as to be outstanding. There's Charleston, South Carolina, and St. Joseph, Missouri. There's no doubt St. Joseph had a distinction, which not on the tape, but efforts to remove the distinction have been made by tearing down the Roubidoux Hotel and blocking off Frederick Avenue.
That was tragedy. there was one little connection with the Pony Express thing. In April of 1940, James A. Farley came to St. Joseph to dedicate the new federal building, our present federal building. And at that time, they inaugurated the Pony Express stamp. And Farley was running, he had made Roosevelt president. He was the fellow that did all the legwork for Roosevelt. Roosevelt was handicapped by paralysis and couldn't get along, and he did everything, made all the contact. And strangely, most of his contacts were with Elks lodges all over the country, and he was just the ideal elk, and he was the fellow that put Roosevelt across. But he came here, and he was against the third term, and he was going to run for president. And in talking to him, he said that he wanted to be like Moses, and he said Moses was the only political leader in history who carried out all his promises, and he said, that's what I want to do. Incidentally, my father was a stamp collector, and so was the publisher of the news press, Henry Bradley. And Mr. Bradley had 2 sheets of stamps over there and asked Farley to autograph and put his name across these stamps. And everything Farley did was in green ink, and he put his James A. Farley across it with green ink. And so I got 2 sheets of stamps. I believe they were 3-cent stamps, so I wouldn't have had the money for it. I got them from my dad, and he autographed those for my dad too. But Farley, you know, he was known for his wonderful memory. And after I interviewed him, he asked me my name, and I told him. And about a week later, he sent me a copy of his book, Behind the Ballots, an autographed copy. He had my name and middle initial correct. My son now has that book. I think he cherishes it. See, I like.
Are we back?
Yeah, you want to back up and tell the story about the Pony Express, Ryder?
Yeah. On April 3rd, 1860, the first run of the Pony Express, the eastern terminus, of course, had been for the operation had been selected as the Patey House, and they were waiting for the mail to come from the east and start the first run west. The mail was due in at 4:30, but the train was late. The first pony had been ridden up to the Patey House, and they were waiting there, and the train didn't come, so finally they gave up, and the pony went back, was ridden back to the stables, and then about 7 o'clock after the train was in, the pony was up at the U.S. Express office on 2nd Street, and they took off, went down to the river, and got on the Ebenezer, the ferry boat, which was named for the owner, Captain Ebenezer Blackston. Now, part of the folklore is who was the first rider. There are proponents of 2 men, Johnny Fry and Billy Richardson, and there are people that say one and others that believe absolutely the other. My own guess is that there's room for both views. I think probably Johnny Fry rode up to the Patey House at 4:30, and Billy Richardson rode out from about 7:30 in the evening from the U.S. Express and the post office. But that's just my opinion. I don't think anybody knows exactly who the first rider was.
I like to talk about 2 very special people that I was privileged to know. I knew a man who holds the record for serving the longest as mayor of St. Joseph, and he had a 4th grade education. His name was Phil J. Welch, and he not only served as mayor of St. Joseph, he served as city treasurer, and later served 4 years in Congress, and he ran for governor in 1952 and was defeated, which is too bad. But it happened this way. He had gone to school for 4 years and was 11 years old when his father died. In those days, there was no relief, no Social Security, no pensions, and he had to go to work to help support his mother. And he went to work when he was 11 years old, and part of his job, his first job, was driving a delivery wagon for a liquor company. And he served as treasurer, handled millions of dollars, with never a single complaint about a loss. He served 10 years as mayor and brought us vast improvements. And one of the improvements he got for St. Joe was the city stadium, which I'm delighted to say was named for Phil J. Welch. And he was a fine mayor. He served from 1936 to 1946. Then he was in Congress from 48 to 52. And he credited one thing that helped him get along for his lack of formal education, and that was the Masonic Lodge. I'm a Catholic, and I believe he gave it full credit. He said he learned so much in the Masonic Lodge. I want to credit something else. He also read a lot, and he knew how to perfect speeches. He made speeches in Congress that were just as neat as somebody who just came out of Harvard. And he was a smooth guy, and one bill he fought very hard to get across, couldn't get support, was to give $5 million tax-free to any individual or group that came up with the cure for cancer. The other fellow I like to talk about this time was Otto Tyson, a very colorful sheriff of this county. And he was the only sheriff I ever heard of who refused to deliver prisoners to the state penitentiary. He served 2 terms as sheriff. The first time he was elected in 1908, and that time they waited until they had a whole large group of prisoners, and then they took them down on the Missouri Pacific Railroad down to Jefferson City, where the Missouri Pacific runs right alongside the penitentiary. So there was about 22 in this group, and they were coming down Jefferson City, and they got inside of the walls, and some began crying and said how horrible it was to be away from their wives and their children, and how they don't know how they could live in prison, how terrible it was. And so Ott Tyson got up and he said, I want to tell you something. He said, I know all you fellows. He said, I've gone to school with some of you. Some of you were patrons of my saloon. He said, I've done business with you. I've known you. And he said, I'm not going to take you into the penitentiary. We're going back home. A couple of the older convicts spoke up and said, Ott, we can't do that. Said, if we go back home, said, they'll send us back here. And he said, they'll kick you out of office. And he said, nobody getting ahead. And he was a big-hearted and stubborn, wooden-headed little Dutchman. And he said, no, I'm not going to take you into the penitentiary. And they said, well, can we take care of ourselves? And so they asked, he said, will you take the shackles off? He took the shackles off, and there was a strange sight in Jefferson City of 22 men coming up to the door of the penitentiary and asked to be admitted. We've got the papers here. They left the shackles and the handcuffs and everything with Tyson, and they admitted them to the penitentiary, all 22 of them. Well, when Tyson became sheriff in 1932, I wrote some stories about him, and I wrote about that story about how he would not take prisoners to the penitentiary. Of course, what he did, the deputies took him down there after that. So I wrote a story, and that night I got a call at home from a burglar friend of mine I knew, and he was real happy, and he said, you know who the fellow was that told me we're going to the penitentiary, Ott, and we'll take care of this thing ourselves? And I said, no, and that was my daddy. He said, my daddy was a robber. He was real proud of that fact. Tyson, by the way, his career came to a very sad close. He was the sheriff in St. Joseph on November 28, 1933, when the mob stormed the jail and demanded a young Negro, 19, for allegedly raping a white girl. They tore the door off the jail, and there was 11 Negroes in jail, and the Negroes were shouting, turn him over. They said, the fact that if a mob gets in here, they can't tell one Negro from another, and we'll all be doomed. So the sheriff finally decided that he made a bad decision. He turned this Negro over to the mob. And I still remember I was in the jail office that night, and I talked to this young Negro, and I said, "This is your last chance. Is there anything you want to say?" And he said, "I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty." But of course, I knew I'd been in court that morning when he'd offered to plead guilty to the rape charge, but the state wouldn't accept the plea because they wanted to get capital punishment in order to stop some of these sexual attacks that were going on here. And so as he started letting him go, I heard a very inhumane remark. One of the deputies said, "Well, take the handcuffs off him before you turn him over to the mob." Said those handcuffs cost $14. They took him down the street, right across the corner from the courthouse at 5th and Jewel Street. They hanged him on a tree there. Somebody got a bucket of gasoline, and this was a miracle. They took that gasoline and threw it on that fellow, and all these people around there, they could have killed a number of people or burned them badly. As it turned out, they didn't, but it did burn the young Negro's body. And as a result, they had a special grand jury convened. Judge J.B. Gaddy convened the grand jury, and they indicted about 12 people, and they tried one fellow for the murder, and he was a very slow-witted old fellow. He was a dishwasher at a restaurant down at 3rd and Edmund Street. He had been in the mob, and a funny thing happens when a mob forms. I saw 3 people there who ordinarily had no attention paid to them at all, but this night they became leaders, and the mob cheering them on, they thought, and they took major roles in the battering of the jail and getting this young Negro released. Well, they tried this poor fellow for murder, and the pastors in St. Joseph churches, and particularly the pastor of the church where I went to, St. Francis Xavier, they said that everybody in that mob was guilty of murder. Your presence there made you guilty of murder. And said it's a matter of confession. And so the jury wisely saw this poor guy was no more guilty than probably 5,000 others, except that he had taken a front row, and they turned him loose. And the next day they sent him back to where he had come from, the State Hospital for Insane, Anamosa, Iowa. It was a sad thing, but Tyson got so much criticism, it just broke his health, and just a year later, he died while he was still sheriff. But the people had confidence in, they thought he had a bad deal, a horrible thing had happened to him. He made a severe error in judgment. But his wife became the acting sheriff, so we had a woman sheriff in Buchanan County for about 2 months before they have a special election. Her name was Mary Flaherty Tyson. She did a real good job. She handled the toughest jail cases with aplomb, and she was a very respected county official. And one of the sidelights, one of the leaders of the mob was a fellow run around town. He sold apples. This is during Depression days, and he's doing the cowboy fishery. Wore a big hat. And on the night of the lynching, by going through the sheriff's house, they pillaged his house, which adjoined the jail. They stole everything that was loose, and Cowboy Fisher stole his revolver, and he was caught, and he did jail time for stealing the revolver. Less than a year later, this man who told the mob, "We got to protect American womanhood, we got to protect American womanhood, this man must die," he was tried and convicted of rape himself, but he was a white boy. He got out with a 2-year prison sentence.
Did you ever see any hangings here?
That was the only.
That's the only.
We haven't had a legal hanged in St. Joe since 1904. I have, however, covered 23 executions at the gas chamber in Missouri and at the penitentiary at Lansing, and I saw the last public hanging in the state of Missouri in 1936 down in Fulton, where it was the first hanging that had in Fulton since the Civil War, when a Negro woman had been hanged for killing her master. Incidentally, if I might go on a little further, I heard the best sermon that night I'd ever heard in my life. The fellow charged with the murder, he killed State Highway Patrol Sergeant Ben Booth and Sheriff Roger Wilson, who incidentally was the grandfather of Roger Wilson, our present Lieutenant Governor of Missouri. McKeever was there, and he was mean and tough as he could be. He just ignored everybody, cursed everybody, and the Highway Patrol was in charge of them because they had a limited sheriff's staff down at Fulton. So he steps in, I'm going to be buried as a pauper. I know you're buried as a pauper. And they said, no, you're not. Said, we got a nice casket. And he said, I don't believe I want to see it. You couldn't do it except in a small town. In that era, furniture stores handled caskets for many of the undertakers. And that night, they decided they would take him down to see his casket. I got a good break. The Superintendent of the State Highway Patrol was Marvin Castile, my good friend from St.Joseph. And so he took me down in the car with McKeever down to the funeral home. About 9 o'clock at night, they opened it up. They showed him the casket. He took the pillow out, put his face against it, and said, you know, he said, that feels pretty good. And 9 hours later, he was going to lie against it in death. But the drama wasn't over. They hanged outside, and they put up a big canvas fence about 10 feet high, and they cut off the end of a barn, and the steps had been built into the barn. And the sheriff was old. I say old, he was about 12 years younger than I am now, but he was old to me. And he said, I can't go through with it. He said, I'm sick, I can't go through it. They had to do it, so he deputized Marvin Castile, the superintendent of the Highway Patrol, and Marvin Castile hanged George McDermott. And that was in December 18th, 1936, and the next year, Missouri went over to the gas chambers.
They did prepare a gallows, which is down in the Patey House now, although it was never used.
Never used. When the jail was built in 1908, they had to put this gallows in the thing, and to go up to the second floor of the jail, you had to walk over the thing, and so many tricksters were using snapping the lever when unsuspected people come close to it. They finally welded it closed and never used because Missouri abolished death by hanging.
But you can go down to Patey House.
There were a number of hangings in St. Joe.
Oh, many. A lot of hangings in the jail yard up there at 5th and Jewel Street. And one of the ones that I thought was unusual, they hanged a fellow named Charlie May, and the reporter that covered it was a news press reporter named Charlie May, who was no relative of his, but he covered it. And another hanging, Mark Dunn was the last one hanged in 1904 for a murder down in the Rushville neighborhood. And I think the man he killed was named Fenton. I'm not quite sure of that, but I think that's right. But his last request was, they hanged him in April, and he wanted some fresh strawberries. And so, sort of an unusual request, and he wouldn't go for canned strawberries and that. And so they sent down to Shaw's Garden in St. Louis and arranged to have them, they had things like that down there, and they got some fresh strawberries shipped up to this guy. And the deputies, they said, of what my time, before time, they said the deputies had a wonderful feed. Some of them.
At one point about the fact that they sold slaves on one side of the courthouse.
Yeah,
and hanging on the other side.
Yeah, that's right. And right, the hanging was the jail was right next in the northeast corner of the courthouse square, and they had the old hangings hanging with a scaffold right back in the jail, and then they would offer sale. This not the present courthouse, the same site was that site down there, 5th and Jewel Street, and they sold slaves in front of the courthouse there, and incidentally, Riverview had slaves, and the textbook showed them this same as should show your motor car, your furniture now, and the slaves would be listed in there. And a peculiar thing, Rubidoux and his wife gave that square block to the county for a county seat. Because we need a location for a county seat, and so Rubidoux gave it to him. And Miss Rubidoux couldn't read or write, and so she signed that deed, which is available at the courthouse today, with her mark. And incidentally,
the old deeds, quite often you run across a deed signed by Joseph Rubidoux and Angelique, his wife, and she always puts her mark.
Incidentally, our first county seat here was a town called Sparta, down in the central part of Buchanan County, but this place always was opinionated, and originally that town was called Benton, after our famed United States Senator, for whom your club is named,
right.
The Benton Club. And the people down there objected to some of Benton's policies so strenuously that the county court changed the name to Sparta, because there's nobody here who could object to Sparta.
There's nothing left of Sparta today, but 3 miles east of the old site is the Sparta Cemetery, and some of the earliest deaths are memorialized in that cemetery.
You asked about seeing any hangings in St. Joe, and I told you I'd missed that, but among the hangings I saw in the Jackson County Jail in the early 1930s was a boy who had been a paper boy in St. Joe that I had known when I was very young. His name was Joe Hershon, and he was convicted down there in Kansas City of killing a policeman. And he was hanged as usual. They hanged him at 6 o'clock in the morning, and my story's in the paper. And the next day, one of the best-known prostitutes in St. Joseph came to the office to see me. Her name was Jackie Kennedy. It's not the Jackie Kennedy you've heard about in recent years. Her name was Jackie Kennedy, and she said, I wanted to ask you about something. She said, Joe and I were secretly married, and she said, we never let it be known we were married, but she said, I want to know one thing. Did Joe die like a man? And I said, what do you mean? She said, did he cry and crab all the time? I said, no. He just marched up to the scales there, went through, and died just like a real brave man. And she said, I'm glad to hear it. I said, it makes me feel better. They died like a man. I did not tell her what I knew to be the truth. They had him so loaded down with narcotics that he couldn't have felt anything. Instead, another hanging I saw down there, a man got on the stand, and he on the gallows, and said, I am Jesus Christ, the Savior of the world, and if you destroy me, you're destroying the world. And he made some impassioned plea, and Rabbi Meyerberg of Kansas City, a very celebrated Jewish rabbi, came up and pleaded with the sheriff and the courts to say the execution. Said, this man is crazy. But they didn't. They went ahead with the execution. They were kind of colorful things. I was at another hanging down there where a man was walking through the crowd in the wintertime without any shoes on and telling everybody how it was. He was still pretty drunk, and he was the uncle of the girl for whom this fellow was being whose murder this fellow was being hanged. And he'd been in the tavern the night before, and he couldn't pay for his drinks, and the bartender had kept his shoes. He was really a nuisance at the hanging.
Those are terrific. Those are terrific. I could put in something about what happened here when the recovery after the Civil War took place. This, of course, had been a boom town when it first started, 1843, culminating in 1859 when the railroad came. And in the 1860 U.S. Census, St. Joseph was 4,300 it was more than that at that time. but it was larger than Council Bluffs, Omaha, and anything that Kansas City had. From then on, every census, every 10 years, was doubling what the town had been before. And in when the 1900 census came, they hadn't quite made it, apparently. I would suppose the proper figure might have been about what it is today, 75,000. But they wanted a new post office. And to get a new post office, you had to show 100,000 population. So they showed 100,000 population. Later on, 1910, 1920, they gradually brought it back down. The population in 1910 census, I believe, was somewhat a little larger than the 1990 census. So things, I think the peak was probably about 1910. After that came the first war, and of course at that time that meant this is an agricultural region, and that meant that the agriculture in Europe was cut off. The men were put in uniform and were in the war, and so that made a great demand for American agricultural products. Things boomed here. The prices went up, and of course the price of land then went up. In order to buy more land, people incurred debt, and when the war was over in 1919, the debt was still there, and the value of the property had gone down. So this brought a very sad time for St. Joseph. In fact, there were one or two runs on the banks. And also, the first generation of the businessmen had reached their peak, and they were dying off. And then on top of this came the 1929 depression, the collapse of industrial prices, and we had a real depression along with the rest of the country, and perhaps a little harder there than in many places. So the people that went through that remembered it a long time. Great efforts were made to combat this. About 1927, they built a new post office. They built a new post office. That didn't come until 1940. But in 1927, they built a new city hall. They started a great boulevard system, which is outstanding today. Mr. Milton Tootle Jr. took a great part in this. He was more than a businessman. He had a great broad view, cultural view, and the idea was to have a civic center at about 11th and Jewel Street. They closed off Jewel Street there at the City Hall, have the park, and the boulevard system came along. That went on until very recently seems to have a renaissance today. The riverboat, the river park, the riverfront park, the building of the National Memorial
Pony Express.
The National Memorial Pony Express Center, which is quite outstanding. So a great effort is being made today, just as was made in 1927.
Incidentally, a Pope expressed his approval of the beauty of our boulevard system, and it happened this way. Bishop Charles H. LeBlond was a very close friend of the papal delegate in Washington, D.C., and the papal delegate was out here visiting him, and Bishop LeBlond always was boosting St. Joe. He did more to bring the religions here together, the breakdown between the Catholics and the Protestants and the Jewish people, and So he took him on the boulevard system, and the future Pope, this was thrilled by it, and so he was a papal delegate. So Bishop LeBlond, who was my personal friend, had him call me at the news press and say how much he enjoyed going over the boulevard system, and said it's a system that any capital in Europe would be proud of. And we used the publicity, and about 2 years later, he became Pius XI, that Pope. But incidentally, I don't go out and tell you the church people. One of the people I met during my reporter days was Ralph Bottles Capone. He was the younger brother of Al Capone, and they brought him through St.Joseph in 1931. He was on his way to Leavenworth to do time for an income tax violation, and the train came through our Union Station down at 6th and Mitchell Avenue, and so the man, Steve Abbott, the Burlington agent, said, I know which one he is. He said, you can go in there, but he said, I'll be the marshal, let you by. But I had an idea. I had a friend who was a railroad conductor, so I said, can I borrow your cap for a minute? So I got on with his cap on and walked back there to Mr. Bottles Capone, who was reading the Chicago Tribune. So I wanted to ask him, do you feel bad that they separated you and Al? See, originally he and Al were both supposed to go to Leavenworth Penitentiary, but the last minute they changed the plans, and they sent Al to Atlanta. From there he eventually went to Alcatraz. But so I wanted to talk to him, and I went up to him. I said, I'm a news press reporter, and so he gave me some advice and discussed my history. His advice to me was drop dead, and in my history indicated there have been no weddings in our family for about 5 generations. Incidentally, I would like to tell what about one of Sheridan's close friends. The greatest defense lawyer we ever had in St. Joe was Stephen K. Owen, and his specialty was murder cases. And I covered one murder case when I was a courthouse reporter, and when the fellow was acquitted, he was so surprised he fainted dead away in the courtroom. But Steve had a regular routine. When he tried a murder case, somehow it always turned out that the man had his old mother, and she went to type. She was a dark dress with a little black hat, and she sat in the front row of the audience, looking very meek, and he would tell the jury, he said, this poor boy, he said, he's a victim of circumstances, and said, he's not guilty, and his mother's waiting for him. She must have supper at night with her poor little boy. And he was saying, and he said, you're not going to hurt this poor old mother who loves her son, and her son's been unfairly charged here. He's not guilty, he's innocent. And we're waiting for that knock on the jury room door. May we hope that you bring out the word that this boy is innocent and he can go home and be with his mother for supper tonight. And you'd be surprised how many times it worked. He wanted acquittals, and every time Steve Owens would try a case, why, there'd be a crowd in the courtroom. But the greatest tribute I ever heard paid to him was relayed to me by a prisoner in the county jail. They brought in a fellow named George Herman, who was on a real severe charge, and he was talking to his cellmate, and he said, I'm in trouble. I want a good lawyer. And he said, I don't want this ordinary punk. I want a real lawyer. And this guy said, well, get Steve Owen. And he said, how good is he? The guy said, I'll tell you how good he is. He said, the last time he defended me, when he quit talking to the jury, he said, I thought I was innocent too. And he said, I believed I was innocent after Steve Owens talked, but he said, before I was willing to plead guilty. Steve went away, and he was a very active Democrat. He was a delegate and voted in 1960 at the National Convention for the nomination of John F. Kennedy for president, and then, unfortunately, death stroke knocked him down about 2 months later. He was really one of the most colorful men I ever knew. He had one of his distinctions he had. At one time, he was an attorney general, and he was handling habeas corpus cases in Jefferson City for prisoners were trying to sneak their way out of the penitentiary, and his job was to fight them, but he apparently did it fairly, and we had to leave while the prisoners had a dinner for him at a dining hall at the penitentiary, and it was a chicken dinner, and Steve used to laugh and said, you know, he said, for 2 weeks afterwards, they're trying to find out where they stole those chickens. He was really a wonderful little fellow.
You know, it occurs to me we're about to have riverboat gambling, and it's not, it can't be the first time we've had riverboat gambling in St. Joseph. I mean, I would assume when the riverboats came up the river that there was gambling at that time too. Do you know any stories about it?
Well, I think as has been pointed out before, there's been plenty of gambling in St. Joseph, mostly along Edmund Street, and I can't believe there'll be any more gambling on the riverboat than we've had already. Isn't that about true, Harold?
Yes, actually, we was kind of open on gambling here. We had at one time 11 policy wheels at St. Joe. Policy is the numbers game, and it was this open that 4 of the policy wheels, they had telephone numbers, were listed for them, and they were all had their offices in the city directory. Incidentally, 4 of them were in the building is still standing, the Herman building at the corner of 7th and Edmund Street.
I should tell you about Tom Ferris. You asked about that. When the gold rush developed in 1849 and the early 50s, it was quickly found out that St. Joseph was the optimum place for the jump-off of the wagon trains. You could come here on the steamboat in relative security, and people bought their wagons and their oxen and their supplies and their whiskey here, and they began to arrive early in the spring. They were in quite a tight vice as to the movement west. You couldn't go until the grass had grown enough so the oxen could feed on the way, and that would be about the 1st of May. And you had to go pretty quickly because you had 5 or 6 months ahead of you, and you wanted to get across the Rockies before the snows came. The tragedy of 1846 was the Donner Party, which just failed to make it by a few days, and the result, they were stuck there in the winter and had cannibalism, terrible time. But the people began to arrive here either overland or mostly by steamboat along in the early spring, and they'd camp out waiting for the grass to grow. And if you went up on top of what is Wyeth Hill today and looked out in the evening, you'd see the campfires and the tents all around waiting. And once the movement started, it went night and day, 24 hours a day. There were 2 ferries, and they were lined up for perhaps a mile back of the Francis Street center, and they gradually went across. And while they were waiting, quite often they had chains for the hitching the oxen to the wagons, and they'd be all set to go, and the chains would be missing, and they didn't know anything about it. And then there was an old hanger-on along the waterfront named Tom Ferris, and he would come along and saying, "Oh my, your chains are gone. Well, these boys are terrible in stealing this, and if you'll compensate me in some much, I think I can maybe find them." And of course, he asked for payment, and sure enough, the next day he'd produced the chains. And finally, they got onto the fact that Tom Ferris, this was a racket. Tom Ferris was shaking them down this way, and they got together and ran him out of town.
We had a murder here one time that was witnessed possibly by close to 2,000 people. It happened at Krug Park, and that was a big gathering place for people on Sunday, and all kinds of picnics, and there'd be streetcars be lined up for more than a block long open air streetcars take people to and from the park. And this Sunday afternoon, it's estimated more than 2,000 people are gathered around the park there. And a man named Tom Harris came out there, and he's a streetcar man. He got off his streetcar, and he saw his girlfriend was there with another fellow, and her name was Madeline Robotham. This is 1913. And so he, with a razor, he cut her throat and killed her. And then he cut his own wrists, and he would have died except there was a candy butcher at the park selling Cracker Jacks and popcorn. His name was Colisai Roundy, and he put tourniquets on him and saved his life. Roundy became a very esteemed St. Joseph doctor. I'm sure Sheridan knew Dr. Roundy. And Harris went to the penitentiary for life. And when I was covering the Missouri legislature for the news press 52 years ago, he was still in the penitentiary. And regularly the police would send out pleas saying not be granted parole, that he had guilty of a horrible murder, that he should be held in prison forever. But he finally got out, and I knew him, and he had accumulated quite a bit of money while he was in the penitentiary. The story was down there that he had been dealing in dope. I don't know how else he could have made it, but he came back to St. Joseph and opened a trash route, and I was courthouse reporter then, and I was amazed every time I'd see him walking through the courthouse, because there was a time when a public appearance would have set off a mob, but here he was, absolutely unnoticed, an old man. And I was at the park that day with my folks, and all I knew was that they told me something had happened, and we quick got out. And then the next day or two I learned there had been a murder, and then when I was old enough to learn about the benefits of the library, I dug up the old papers and read all the papers about what had happened that day.
Tell us about Rabbit Chute Alley.
Rabbit Chute Alley was the railroad track, ran up between 1st and 2nd Street, starting to Rubdu, ran up into the property, which is now largely the Wire Rope Corporation, and it was where the Negro settlement was. An awful lot of Negroes there, and they had no money. There was no welfare in those days, and they had a tough time getting by, and you wondered how they got by. They had no money and no hopes, but they had a lot of kids. And this railroad track went up there, and there were shacks on both sides of the track, shanties, and you see these kids. It's a wonder that many of them weren't killed or badly injured. Went up there, and the Negroes congregated there. It had a name of being a place for the lawless, but the police had their own way of taking care of things up there. I remember two detectives who are good friends of mine, Jim Sullivan and Sailor Barnes, and they were up there to investigate. Somebody had 6 chickens stolen in that neighborhood, and they got to Rabbit Chute Alley. They went in one house there, and there was a great big pot where they're making chicken stew. And so they didn't make any arrests. They went away, and they came back with, under the coat, a box of Epsom salts. And so while they were talking, one officer was talking to the Negro people, the other dumped the box of Epsom salts into the chicken stew. Now, there was no indoor plumbing in Rabbit Chute Alley, and there was limited outhouse plumbing there. It really caused consternation, and it probably ended some of the chicken thefts up there. At that day, a lot of people heated their house. They didn't buy their fuel. They waited to steal coal from the railroad. And the railroad went right through, and the railroad didn't mind what fell off, but what they objected to was people climbed up and tossed it off. And I was in court one day, and they had this well-known Negro coal thief in there, and Bill Wyatt said, I'm going to handle this case my best way. He told the 2 railroad detectives that arrested him. He said, I'm not going to find this gentleman. He said, I'll give you a piece of paper. And he said, the next time you catch him stealing coal, He said, you just sign your name, this is turned in here. And he said, you kill him. And he said, it'll be okay with me. He said, you just shoot him. And said, oh, we'll take care of it that way. And they said that guy was completely reformed. I remember one of the characters up there was a Negro gentleman named Fitzhugh Lee, and he had been a boxer, but he was absorbed not for his victories, but how much punishment he could take. And he was blind. He would come to the courthouse and trying to mooch things, and he'd come in and yell, oh, Mr. Steve, oh, Mr. Steve. Well, he's hollering for Steve Owen, because Steve Owen, in the meantime, had become probate judge and quit the practice of law, and Steve took care of all his old friends.
There are two interesting things up at the courthouse that I know you could tell us about. Buffalo Bill and John L. Sullivan.
John L. Sullivan came up, he'd been heavyweight champion of the world, the Boston Strong Boy, and he came to the courthouse one day to lick the constable who had an office up there. And Sullivan, after he had lost his title as bare-fisted champion of the world, why, he organized sort of like a little vaudeville troupe, and he would go from town to town, and he would box a couple exhibition rounds, and he had some girls that sang, and he told jokes, and they put on a little act. So he hired a St. Joe newspaper man to handle publicity for him, and he forgot to pay him. And they were leaving town, and they were down there, and they had their trunks carrying their equipment down Union Passenger Station, and this newspaper man got a writ of replevin and attached his trunks down there. So Sullivan was furious, and he came up to the courthouse to see the constable, Ben Arnold. Ben was a one-man constable. He had no staff at all. Sullivan came up there and started mouthing off, and Ben said, sir, he said, we handle things in a gentlemanly way up here. He said, you're going to go beat the hell out of the constable. And he said, we handle things like gentlemen up here. And he said, we'll handle your case that way. So Sullivan said, well, you got to take that replevin off that thing. He said, damn fool Arnold attached me. And he said, I'm going to break his nose in for him. And he said, we can't relieve that attachment. You got to pay your bill. That's the only way we release the attachment at all. Well, Sullivan grumbled and grumbled, and he finally paid the bill, and Ben released the attachment. And you know, we used to kid Ben. He said, Ben, you could have made a name for yourself fighting the former heavyweight champion of the world. Ben was a nice, little easygoing fellow, about 5'5". And Ben said, I'm glad I passed up that opportunity. He never did tell Sullivan who he was, but he sure solved the case. But when I was a courthouse reporter, they used to tell about, for my time, when Buffalo Bill would come in, and he'd bring his circus in town, Wild West show, and they said Buffalo Bill didn't walk into the courthouse, he roared in. They said he started on the front door, those dirty, thieving, horse-stealing county judges, them dirty crooks, those lousy crooks, they'll hold me up again, and they'd charge him a permit for his circus, and then a special permit for holding his parade. And in addition to getting the fee the county allowed, they would also make him give enough passes to take care of everybody in the courthouse to the circus. And then he would go out, and each time he would go out and said, bigger thieves this year than ever before. This is the last time I'm ever going to be in St. Joe. You can be sure that I'm through with St. Joe forever. Those dirty thieves in the courthouse there. But he came back every year till the year before he died in 1960.
Do you know anything about the frog hop?
Yes. The frog hop was built by a man whose name was Frog, Frank Frog, F-R-O-G-G-E, but he capitalized on it, and he drove a car around town with a giant green frog on top of it, and he built this wonderful dance hall out on the Picket Road, and they brought the real top dance bands of the nation in there. I'm not much on dance bands, but I remember he bought the ones that you only see on the very best television shows now, and they had wonderful crowds, and it was destroyed by fire, and they rebuilt it, and then they had a second fire, and then they built a frog hop out on the Belt Highway. But there was a tremendous attractive things, and they did have bands like Paul Whiteman and things like that.
Well, who's the fellow that every Saturday we hear, the musical show? He was there. Who is the fellow that is on every Saturday? I can't think of his name.
Oh, the Dorseys, people like that, with
Well,
Tom Dorsey
there's
and
another
stuff
better-
like that, and
better name than
they would play there. And
Can we go back to a little more of the Western history? Independence claims that that's where the Oregon Trail started, and there's no doubt about that, but it must have shifted very rapidly to St. Joe.
Well, there's no question that the Oregon Trail started from Independence. It went from Independence over through Westport and out to about where Gardner, Kansas is now, where it crossed the Kansas River, then went on up northwest, went across the Blue River and into Nebraska. St. Joseph really didn't get into that. That was about 1840 that started, and it was the discovery of gold in California that brought the St. Joe Road to go straight west of here to about Marysville, Kansas, and join the Oregon Trail there. In very recent years, the St. Joseph Museum has worked out the actual location of the St. Joe Road. The point at which it met the Oregon Trail is in the middle of a cornfield out near Marysville, Kansas. The reason that St. Joe became so prominent in this is that it was discovered that just by taking a few more days on the river, you could save a great deal of time on the trail with the oxen at 15 miles a day. And that's the reason for the St. Joe Road.
you know, Mr. Truman was so happy that he chided at me one time when Independence population exceeded St. Joe. He said all of us bigger, they were honest that time. We were the third largest city in Missouri. Independence edged ahead of us. Incidentally, speaking of Mr. Truman, I got a couple of things I'd like to tell you. Is in 1968, and he was then at his library at Independence, and I had called and made an appointment to drop down and visit him. And that morning, we had an awful snowstorm here. It was a terrible snowstorm. So about 9 o'clock, I knew it would be impossible to drive down to Independence, so I called down there, and he answered the phone. No secretary at all, and he answered the phone, so I said, Mr. President, what happened? How come you're answering the phone? And he said, I'll tell you the truth. He said, we're having a blizzard down here. He said, I woke up at 6 this morning. I saw how bad it was. And he said, at 6:30, he said, I started calling everybody at the library and said, this is not a request, this is an order. Don't show up today. I'm going to run the store. And he said, today I'm running the store. And he was, at that time, he was 84 years old. And he had to drive probably, it's close to a mile from his home over to the library. And one of the things, my daughter has a letter from him that is typical, so typical of him. When my daughter Rosemary married Joe Harris, we invited Mr. and Mrs. Truman to the wedding reception because we had been friendly with them. They'd been nice to us. And so he sent a letter that I never go to a wedding reception because the wedding day belongs to the bride. And he said, I learned that from Eleanor Roosevelt for sure. And he said when Eleanor Roosevelt was married, her uncle, Theodore Roosevelt, was President of the United States. Eleanor was a closer relative to Theodore Roosevelt than Franklin was. Franklin was a distant cousin. Eleanor was his niece. And she said, at our wedding, Theodore Roosevelt showed up and said, nobody paid any attention to me at all. Said, I was totally ignored and forgotten all day long. And he said, I made up my mind after that the president or the former president does not belong to a wedding reception. It takes away from the bride. But they sent my daughter and her husband a beautiful silver bowl, and my daughter would willingly kill anybody who would try to steal it. And another nice memory of Mr. Truman, he came here in 1952 to speak for Adlai Stevenson, and my son Bob was going to school at Benedict College, and he and 3 of his classmates hitchhiked up here to hear Mr. Truman speak from the back of his railroad car in the Union pasture yards there. Afterwards, I took Bob into the car and with his schoolmates and introduced him to Mr. Truman, who's always the most gracious man in the world, and he gave him pens that have marked on this pen stolen from Harry S. Truman. And so they told him they were going to Atchison. He said, how do you go get back? And he said, hitchhike. That's the way we got here. He said, maybe I can take care of it. And he said, bring in the nearest policeman. So somebody brought in Sergeant Kroll, who later became chief. He brought him in and he said, take these 4 boys down to the Atchison Highway at the end of at the bottom of St.Joseph. And he said, see the first 2 decent-looking cars come by, stop them, and tell them the President of the United States wants you to take these 2 boys down to Atchison. And he said that, so they got the 2 cars, and Bob and his 3 friends all got free rides down to Atchison by the grace of Harry S. Truman, who was one of the 2 greatest presidents the United States ever had. The other one was Thomas Jefferson. Don't get the idea I'm a Democrat, because I am.
One very interesting thing about Thomas Jefferson that's not generally known, as Jefferson was in Paris when the Constitution was written in this country, and so he had no part in it. But when he came back, people talked to him about it. And one time, he was asked, he was asked many times what he thought of the Constitution. On one occasion, he said, and this is in one of his letters, there's one terribly important thing that they left out of the Constitution. They should have provided that the new federal government could not go in debt, could not borrow money. So he was a very early proponent of the balanced budget. You don't hear that very much about him, but he was. I'd like to put in something about Eugene Field. He was a...
Can we break here? We've got about a minute left to tape on
Okay.
this reel, so this is a good break.
All right, fine. You know, that's a very important thing politically today, but it's not known.
You know, along that same line, you know, while Jackson was president, he called in Senator Thomas Hart Benton, who was our Missouri senator, and he said, I want to show you something you won't believe. He said, the United States today is completely debt-free. And that was a gracious gesture because, you know, that Benton had shot Jackson. Jackson had a lead bullet in his arm till he died, that Jackson had shot him in the duel.
After the Civil War settled down, probably in the early 70s, it was well known that so many cattle were produced on the range, southern area coming up from Texas. Cattle were driven up, and as the railroad had not been completed out into Kansas, a number of herds were driven to the stockyards here. We had an early stockyards. Mr. C.B. France was the head of the Stockyards Company. And then the Krug family, there were 2 Krugs, Henry and William, they started a packing plant here, and the 2 worked together, the stockyards and the packing plant. In 1898, of course that was a small thing as compared with the stockyards in Kansas City or Omaha. And in 1898, John Donovan became head of that stockyards, and he brought Gustavus Swift of Chicago down here. Swift started the Swift Company stockyards here, and that was followed by Morris and Hammond, and later on Mr. Swift sent one of his sons Alden Swift down here to be head of the thing. As the railroad was built out into Kansas, it was simpler to put the stock on the train out there and ship it in. But the very first beginning was to drive it here to St. Joseph. It didn't last very long, and it wasn't nearly as big as the stockyards here later became. When the stockyards here were going well, a good deal of immigration from Eastern Europe came into the area, Poland, and settled near the stockyards, which is now South St. Joseph. And even today, with the stockyards gone, the population remains, and perhaps the third generation are there. And there's a very noticeable influence ethnically in that area, and a great deal of the old world discipline is evident even in the children of Benton and Benton High School.
And also, Sheridan, at one time we had a Polish Catholic church in the south side. It's since been closed, St. Stanislaus Parish, and it was, of course, most of the Polish people went there.
Another time, the Willard P. Hall had his family owned land out there where the Polish church is, Peter and Paul, and they had an auction of the land. They divided up into small lots, 25-foot lots, and a great many of those Eastern European people bought those lots, and as some of them had geese, they called it Goosetown. It's near the Peter and Paul Church at Messania and Warsaw Avenues. Would you like to hear about Hall Street? At the peak of prosperity in the 80s, in the late 80s and 90s, when the Harvey Ellis mansions were built, the favorite place to, the high-class place to be, to have your house, was North 5th Street and Hall Street. On North 5th Street, Mr. John S. Lemon, who was a merchant turned banker, built a marvelous house, which is there today. It's large, and I call it the second best mansion that we have. Over on Hall Street, a block or so away, is what I think is our #1 mansion. And that was built in 1881 for Adam N. Schuster, who was a merchant who later on turned banker, not successfully. Mr. Schuster was a successful man, and he was a flamboyant man. He built this marvelous house in 1881. He had 2 daughters, and he gave a great reception for his first daughter's marriage in that house. And there's some interesting stories about the daughters. Vaccination was a new thing in about 1880, and the older daughter was going to be vaccinated. She was very proud of her shoulders and arms for a low-cut dress, so she was not going to be vaccinated on the arm. She was going to be vaccinated on her thigh. And Dr. Baines was the doctor. They had him make a house call. He arrived in the house and was ushered up to the second floor to the bedroom of Miss Schuster. She was reclining on the bed, covered modestly with a sheet, but they had cut a little hole in the sheet and stitched lace around it, and that's where the vaccination took place. Another thing in the house, showing the general atmosphere of the thing, was that the other daughter said that the carpeting hurt her feet where they sewed it together. So Mr. Schuster said, "Well, my dear, we'll get a carpet that doesn't have any place like that in it. So they got a carpet that ran the whole way. The girls were so spoiled. Of course, they were both married several times, and finally, Mr. Schuster decided he would be a banker, and with some other people, he organized a bank. But that was a very poor preparation for banking, and when the panic of 1893 came along, his bank folded up, and the house had to be sold. Next to the Schuster house is the Hosey house. It is very early, but was redone and is more modern. Next to that, to the east, is the Ogden house, which was built in 1885. Mr. Ogden was a school teacher in New Market, and and he also had a store which was looted during the Civil War. But he, after that, he got in touch with the Burns family in Weston, and the Burnses got into building railroad branches. And Mr. Ogden went along with that. He prospered mightily, and the Burnses had come up to St. Joseph in the 70s. Mr. Ogden came up at that time, started a bank, commercial bank, and built this house, which has the cornerstone of 1885. Inside it has wonderful woodwork, mahogany, which was carved for him in Italy. That's one of the great things to see. And next to that, on the east, is an earlier house, red brick, which was owned by the Garth family. That probably dates from the 1860s. Across the street on the south side is one of Harvey Ellis's masterpieces, which was built for Mr. Smith by Eckel, and Mr. Smith's wife died before he could occupy it, so it reverted to the Tootle estate, which had loaned some money on it. It was later occupied by Herschel Bartlett, and then later on by John Tootle and his son-in-law, Stanley Birdsell. It's in good shape today and occupied by some people who are very friendly to it.
Incidentally, you mentioned the Garth home. Mr. Garth served in Congress, and I think he was in Congress during the Lincoln administration. He served in Congress, and he mentioned Alden Swift, and maybe they lived a little fancy in those days, but Alden Swift was manager of the Swift plant here. On occasion, he took his friends down for hunting trips down the Ozarks, and he provided a private railroad car to make the trip down there and live in doing the hunting trips. I've got a sad memory of one of the worst tragedies ever happened at St. Joe, the armor plant. And the armor plant exploded on May 8th, 1930, and 18 people were killed. And I had an unusual experience on this way. At that time, I was courthouse reporter, and I was single. And the night before, I'd been out carousing, I guess, or I wasn't attending tea parties, but I didn't feel too good that afternoon, so I went down to the fire station, left the courthouse, and went to sleep at the fire station. And an alarm came in, and so I got down a fire pole and got in the car with the chief and asked him where they're going. He said, got an explosion down the south side. We got down there, and I met the timekeeper and talked to him, and he said, we think there's 17 to 19 people killed in there. A 4-story brick building had collapsed, and people in the building had been complaining they'd smelling gas all along, and management had ignored it to some extent. And the explosion, and actually it turned out there were 18 people killed. This whole thing, and they had a terrible time digging them out. It took about 2 days before they got the last body out. But I was in a bad spot. Here I was with a big story, and the South Side reporter wasn't around. It turned out that he had gone uptown to see his girlfriend. The police and fire reporter had gone some other place that wasn't around. I was there alone. So I debated, should I call this story in or not? And I decided I better call it in. So I called it in, and they got out an extra. In those days, on big events, I got to get an extra. And they got an extra that afternoon. The explosion happened at 3:20, but they still got the paper out in time for delivery to the homes. And so there's no bylines in those days at all. But anyway, they gave the story, and the boss called me in 2 days later and gave me quite a bawling out and told me, you're supposed to be at the courthouse. You shouldn't have been down there. You were loafing on the job down there, and gave me a bawling out. And then 2 weeks later, I got the best raise I ever got as a reporter. So it came out, had a happy ending. Incidentally, this is about a friend of Sheridan, Colonel John McNeely, one of the smartest men I ever knew. And he told me one time, look up a certain statute. He said, this is the shortest statute on the Missouri books, law books, and it's the most important statute ever enacted. It's only 6 words long, and here's what it is. Imprisonment for debt is hereby abolished. And before that, you could be cast in jail and didn't pay a bill or like that, and you folks couldn't pay it. You stayed indefinitely. There was no limit on the thing. It was a horrible, horrible law that did allow it, and it was all over the country. And Missouri, over 100 years ago, fortunately got rid of that debt and abolished that law. And
Wasn't there a terrible fire where a number of women were killed, a shoe factory?
Noise Norman Shoe Factory, yeah, and I believe it was a 6-story building over on 3rd Street. My recollection of what happened in 1906, and I've just heard about things, it must have been on 3rd Street, pretty close to Barron Street, and 3 of the women jumped out of the top floor, and there was a big scandal about the thing that the fire department was late in arriving with the horse-drawn equipment, and there was a big stink about it.
Of course, there was a fire at the courthouse in, what was it, 1885, wasn't it?
1885, March 28th, yes.
There was a very colorful, the courthouse was always large. It was an ambitious thing to build a big courthouse, and people even lived in the courthouse. And one very colorful fellow was Mike Moran. He was a lawyer, and he lived in the courthouse and had a dog. He was a man that had flowing white hair, and the fire occurred, and the tower collapsed and fell in. And they looked all around. They couldn't find Mike Moran. He was missing. They thought Mike Moran had been killed. But he turned up a day or so later. He'd probably been out someplace.
Well, the story, I looked the thing up, you're absolutely right. They printed his obituary, and a long obituary, very florid. He had been a state senator, all that stuff. And then he showed up, and it said that Moran is alive. He had spent the night with a friend.
And so they built a new... So the insurance company came up with some money, and they built the new tower on the courthouse.
Yeah, Mike ran. One of the legends of the courthouse was the baptism of Jim McGreevy, and Jim McGreevy was a South Side political leader. He owned a saloon, and he had a lot of power in the Democratic Party, and because he dispensed drinks freely, and so they had a county convention at the courthouse in about 1911, and when I was courthouse reporter, they were still talking about it. Well, McGreevy hired 2 or 3 streetcars, and to bring all his cohorts up from the South Side for the Democratic Convention, and it held in Division number 3 courtroom, Judge Rob's courtroom now, and had a thing, and Senator Moran was presiding, and McGreevy was continuing interrupting him, going up in front, and making a motion, saying I was making a speech, and Moran had enough of it. Finally, he got close, and Moran picked up the pitcher of ice water, and he just poured it over McGreevy's head, and he said, I hereby baptize thee, Jimmy, with the big mouth. And it was alleged, people, for years later, everybody claimed to have been present the day that happened, that he had baptized. And this Moran was an unbelievable fellow. He had been educated as a priest, and he was had then went into law, and he was a rabble-rousing kind of a speaker. And these different lodges, when they would have national conventions, Masonic and Catholic, anything, where they would hire Moran to go to be their spokesman. He really did a magnificent job. See, this one aside. I interviewed Eli Culbertson, the bridge expert, one time. So I asked him a question, how about playing poker? And he said, I never play poker with friends. He said, poker's not a game. He said, poker's a science. And he said, I never play poker with friends. And he said, is this too good on it?
Very interesting.
Incidentally, a while back we been talking about Lizzie King. I thought some of the colorful people we had in that same profession. We had a lady named Diamond Tooth Nell Williams, and she had a diamond set right in the middle here, and she operated a place up on Corby Street, and she had 2 or 3 ladies working with her. And I got a surprise one day. I was at Benny Gordon's jewelry shop, and Miss Williams came in, and it turned out that diamond was in a bridge, and she apparently had been eating barbecue ribs or corn on the cob, and the diamond was loose, and she had the jeweler tighten it up. Another one of the prostitutes was frequently arrested. I loved her name because it was so true. Her name was Ima, I-M-A. Her last name is P-A-Y-N-E, Ima Payne, and when she'd come in drunk, she was. Another one of the very well-known bands here was Ma Doherty. She operated a variety of places, and finally, they had a robbery case. Lumberman Supply Company was held up, and the employees there identified a fellow as the robber, said absolutely they knew him, and he was the robber. And Ma Doherty came into court and testified he couldn't have been, that he spent that afternoon at her bordello and hadn't left the place at all. So Vern Starmer was the chief detective, and he called her in. The fellow was acquitted on the testimony that Ma Doherty gave, and he said, I want to tell you something. He said, I can have you arrested for investigation. He said, I can hold you for 20 hours, and I will. He said, I'm going to turn you loose. And he said, 4 hours later, I'm going to arrest you again, hold you for 20 hours. He said, that's going on indefinitely. He said, I'm going to arrest you every 4 hours and keep you in. He said, you're not going to operate here anymore. I like to say that that converted her, but it didn't exactly. She moved to Albany, Missouri, and opened a place there.
This, I don't think this is worth carrying any further than the tape. I don't think you could use it. But one of the prominent manufacturing men of the 90s had a daughter who lived into the 50s probably, very outspoken indeed, and well known. And one time at a party at the Benton Club, a newly arrived physician with his wife was there, and he was very sort of very kindly man and very quiet man and all that. And she went up to him and she said, well, I like your looks. I'm the proprietor of the leading bordello in St. Joseph. I wish you'd come by and see us sometime. Can't use that.
I know a good bordello story. Sheridan got this is the Sheridan story about this very well-known a social and business leader in St. Joe who died in Lizzie King's bordello. Why don't you tell them about that?
Oh, yes. At Roubadou Row, very interesting. We got a lot of visitors. And one time, 2 very nice ladies came by, and they said, well, they were from out of town, and they said, we're very interested here. Our father used to live, a family used to live here. Father died here, and got to talking to him, and said, well, how did he happen to die? She said, well, said it was rather difficult. Said he was driving his buggy down at about 6 and Edmond Street, and a newspaper blew across the street, frightened the horse, and the horse ran away with him and carried him clear down to 4th and Masseny Street, where it hit a pole and knocked him out. And they carried him into the house right there, which was Lizzie King's house, and he died there. So I said, we don't talk about that very much. He died in her house.
I like the story about the horse running away.
Yeah, it's a good one. Sharon and I both had the very nice favorite. We both knew Alexander Kerensky, the man who's forgotten, who was the first premier of Russia. And Sheridan, I wish you'd tell what you do at Alex, I'll tell mine.
I think, I'm not sure of the date, but I think the time that Germany finally attacked Russia was about 1940, wasn't it? Something like that.
Yes, it was in the fall of 1940.
Alexander Kerensky, of course, had been the original socialist who came in when they had the revolution in the October Revolution of 1917 in Russia, deposed the Tsar, and Kerensky took over for a short time until Lenin kicked him out. Well, Kerensky sort of wandered around the world then for a while, and it happened in about 1940. Some friends of mine in New York had met him, and they invited him to dinner, and they invited me and a couple of other people to come along to dinner to meet him. And we talked to him, and the big thing then in Europe was that Germany was supplying all kinds of things to the Russians to try to keep them appeased. And I remember asking Kerensky, well, do you think they'll keep on doing it, or there will be a breakdown in the war? He said, oh no. He said they'll keep on doing that because they don't want to have any trouble there. Well, now you take on from there.
I interviewed him. He came back to Missouri. He addressed the Missouri State Teachers Convention, and that was in the fall of 1940, right after Hitler had violated his pact with Russia, had attacked him. And I talked to him. The thing I was most interested about, when he was premier, he was the Tsar's jailer. He had the Tsar, the Tsarina, their 5 children, and he kept them, and he treated them decent, and they put him into an apartment, and he allowed them to have servants and live pretty much the way they had outside. But Lenin and Trotsky and Stalin, they objected to it, and they soon took him away from there. And then in July of 1918, they took him into the basement of a building in Russia, and they shot and killed all 7 of them and buried their bodies in a remote forest. But got talking to him, and it was an unusual situation. He said, I treated them like they were human beings, and Kerensky seemed to impress me as an awfully nice little fellow. So I treated them like human beings, and he said, the revolutionists wanted more. They wanted them treated as complete disregard for their safety or anything else. And he said the Tsar had the most beautiful blue eyes of any man I'd ever seen. And he said during the time I had him in imprisonment, he said he became fond of me, and he told me, I wish I had known you earlier, and if I had, I'd like to watch you in the government. You could have helped us in government. And it was kind of funny, had the Tsarina as his prisoner, because before the revolution, the Tsarina had issued an order that Alexander Kerensky be hanged. And here it was, he had life and death control over 180 million Russians, all their money, all their property and everything. And here he was on a lecture tour in North Missouri. He was wearing a coat, and I had a hole burned in one sleeve. This is how times can change.
Well, by that time, the Germans had attacked Russia.
Yeah.
And he said...
And I asked him, I said, what's going to happen? He said, Germany's going to win. And he said, they can't stop Hitler. And I pulled the old anecdote of what happened to Napoleon when he tried to invade Russia. He said it's a different world, a different day. He said Hitler will win. And thank God he was completely wrong. I have a letter from him. He wrote me a letter and asked for copies of an interview I had written for him, and he wrote me a letter of thanks, which I saved.
I'll tell you how I came to write the book. I've had a very fortunate life. I had a very rich childhood. I knew half of my great-grandparents, all my grandparents, 3 great-grandmothers, 1 great-grandfather. One of the great-grandparents' houses was still going, which had been started in 1856, about 3 miles south of St. Joseph. Both grandparents had had their houses, and my parents' house. So there were 4 houses that I was a part of, and there were numerous cousins and relatives and all that, perhaps 50 people in all. And at one of the great-grandparents' houses, we would have marvelous dinners of perhaps 40 people, Christmas, New Year's, and all that. So that was a very marvelous view of that period in St. Joseph. I went away to college, and 9 days after graduation, I went to work at a bank in New York. I thought it was such a good opportunity that I couldn't pass it up. I stayed there for 43 years. I was happy in it. New York is not a good place to live, except if you're interested in what you're doing. It's marvelous because so much is created there and happens there, and I was very fortunate in that. But as time went on, and I would, the great-grandparents died off, the grandparents died off, my father died, but there was always somebody at home, and I came back every 6 months and saw the family there. And as time approached when I could retire, I decided that I had the contrast between life in New York City, looking out from an apartment house, and the life that I had known here was so different. And this was really such a privilege that I'd had a rare opportunity, and I should record it if I had time. So about 2 years before the time to retire, I got a tape recorder, and I began, on my trips home, I began seeing older people and getting their story. One of the outstanding sources was Bob Clayton, the son of the mayor of St. Joseph. Bob was a great storyteller. He had wonderful tales growing up here. He had ushered in the Tootle Theater, and at that time, St. Joseph was a very formal place. They dressed to go to the theater, and they had carriages. He was very appreciative of all that, and he told these stories. So I got about 2 hours of tape of Bob describing life in St. Joseph in the Golden Age. And as time went on, I worked on the writing the book. Took several years to do, and finally had time enough to print it. I never thought I would have the privilege, but I did, and I'm very proud that I got it done.
You sure did an excellent job. It's really a masterpiece. Incidentally, I like to tell about a Catholic high school in St. Joe. 2 students who were Protestants became national figures. One of them was A.P. Clayton, and he had gone to Christian Brothers when he was at college, and he was potentate of Wheeler Temple Shrine, and he became imperial potentate of the shrine in North America and did all kinds of good all over the country, as the shrine does for burned children and everything else. And in order to keep him in line for the imperial potentate, the shrine here kept him on as potentate for 6 years. Ordinarily, a potentate serves as 1 year. The other Protestant that went to that same school, this was the one that was a barracks in the Civil War, was Richard M. Duncan, and he was one of the architects of the Social Security Act. He was on the House Ways and Means Committee in the early 1930s, and Roosevelt came out with this idea of Social Security, which has been a boon to all of us, and he was on the committee that helped draft it. And later on, Roosevelt, after he was defeated for Congress by William C. Cole, a Republican, by Roosevelt named Dick Duncan to the federal bench, and he became a wonderful federal judge, and he had wonderful decisions, and he was rarely reversed. And the wonderful thing about it, the unbelievable thing is, he never had gone to law school a day in his life. He had been a deputy circuit clerk in Buchanan County, and this deputy circuit clerk had studied law in his off times and had passed the bar examination and had been a lawyer and had been city councilor at St. Joseph and served 5 terms in Congress before he was named to the federal court.
Alva P. Clayton, mayor of St. Joseph, was a very unusual man. First place, physically, he was very tall. He must have been well over 6 feet, and very vigorous. He made a wonderful impression, and he was a great storyteller. Anecdotes. He collected them. He had a scrapbook in which he kept the stories to tell. Many people borrowed the book to get some of the stories, and he was in great demand all over the country as a speaker. And one time, someone on another city said, "Well, I believe St. Joseph is the site of Jesse James, a terrible robber. I suppose you're not very proud of him." He said, "On the contrary, he was the best of his line, just as everything is in St. Joseph."
That's just perfect. Incidentally, I'd like to tell you the first time I met Tom Pendergast, one of the county judges took me down, and Pendergast was in his hotel room down headquarters at Monroe Hotel, 1908 Main Street in Kansas City, and he introduced me. He said, "Mr. Pendergast, this is Harold Slater." He's a newspaper reporter. And Mr. Pendergast, being very gracious, said, "I don't like no damn reporters." So I told him, "Well, you got to be different than me because you and I went to the same school." And he said, "Where's that?" And I said, "Christian Brothers in St. Joe." And he said, "Did you go to the shack?" And it worked out perfectly. That said the shack. It was affectionately known all over town because it was terribly worn. It's just fallen down, practically fallen down. They were still having school there. It had one big advantage: on real cold days, we got out of school because they couldn't heat the building. So I mentioned to him, yes, and I said, "I looked up what years you were there." I told him you were there. It's like 1894 and 1895. And he said, "Yes." And he said, "I went from there over to St. Mary's, Kansas." And he said, "They asked me to go there to be a pitcher on their ball team." And so we had a very pleasant conversation. I saw him several times after that, and he never told me anything. He didn't tell reporters anything. The last time I saw him was in the yard at Meyerhofer Fleeman Funeral Home. He came up here to attend the funeral of George Starmer. George Starmer was the Democratic leader in the South Side. Incidentally, Pendergast, he went to a public office, a point of office, he'd give you a letter urging your appointment, but the one thing all the professional politicians knew, it didn't amount to anything unless it was signed in red crayon. Otherwise, it was a pleasant thing. With red crayon, it means I want this done. And he did some favors for people that never got into the papers. One of the things, KFEQ radio, and this is in the 1930s, and they couldn't get nighttime for a KFEQ radio. And through Pendergast, there was a banker in St. Joe named John Downey, who had gone to school with Pendergast, and they got the contact, and he arranged to get KFEQ on nighttime television, radio rather.
The Pendergasts grew up in St. Joseph. Their father was a laborer. before they had earth-working machinery, they had scoop shovels pulled by a mule, and he was one of those. And they lived in a little white house where Polsky's automobile place is now, 17th and Frederick Avenue. It sat back a little bit, and until Polsky built his place, the little house was there. There was an older brother, Jim Pendergast, who went down to Kansas City first, and Tom went on. I think it was a large family, and I think there are some connections in St. Joseph today, aren't there? Aren't there some people?
Yeah, there's some relatives, the
Relatives?
Egan family, and he gave an awful lot of people in St. Joe jobs when he became a power. They started out, you know, Jim had a saloon in the north side in Kansas City, and that's where he built up and his reputation and his political power. And then Tom came along and followed up and became more publicity. But then one of Tom's nephews, also Jim Pendergast, became a great leader and a power in Democratic politics, and he kept absolutely clear. Of course, poor Tom got stuck on his income tax and served 2.5 years at Leavenworth Penitentiary. And trouble got him in trouble that he arranged to pay off on fire insurance, and he got something like $200,000 as his own payment, and the state superintendent of insurance got almost as much for his part. He was RM at O'Malley, and he went to the penitentiary too, and so did the director of police, Otto Higgins. And Otto Higgins ran a little paper down in Clay County after he got out of the penitentiary, and I was at a convention, a Northwest Missouri Press Convention one time, and Otto was there, and somebody said, "Otto, you weren't at the convention last year." And he said, "Nope, I was away at college."
Can we break? Sure.
I could just stay all day, but I've got to be.
I talk about the most unusual promise I ever heard being kept. I knew a man who wore a black shirt every day for more than 50 years, different black shirts, and keeping a promise to his mother. His name was Charlie Fredericks. In 1894, he was in a group of young fellows who planned to hold up a train in French Bottoms. And he got worried about the thing, and he told his mother about it, and she said, "Charles, you came close to doing a terrible thing," and said, "You tell the police about this, and we'll have to get this stopped." So he told the police, and the police said, "Well, you go ahead and stay right with the gang," and said, "Go right through with the plan, and then there'll be shooting. When the shooting stops, well, you drop down." So he did. And the railroad sent out a dummy train, loaded down with deputy sheriffs, railroad detectives, policemen in French Bottoms. And sure enough, the shooting started. One of the would-be robbers was killed. Charlie Fredericks dropped down, and he escaped injury. Another fellow, one of the potential robbers, also had confessed in advance to the plan. He escaped prosecution. But Charlie Fredericks, his mother told him, "Charlie, you almost did an awful thing. I want you to remember it the rest of your life, and I want you to promise me that you'll always wear a black shirt." That was in 1894. I first met Charlie about 1938. He had been a printer, our pressman on one of the papers here, and he used to loaf around the courthouse. He was a friendly old fellow, and he liked to talk, and he told me the whole story why he wore this black shirt, and he kept his promise to his mother, and he had never been in trouble after that. And at that time, the war broke out soon afterwards, and they were hard-pressed to get people, and they needed somebody to work on the switchboard Sundays to handle complaints that people didn't get their paper. And I knew about the opening, so I called him, and Charlie had the nicest, softest voice you ever heard. His idea of hearing complaints, and so he took the job, and he held for 3 or 4 years, and He still wore his black shirts regularly, and he kept his promise and never got in any more trouble. Incidentally, he lived in a very run-down little house on North 3rd Street, and all the money he could get hold of, he bought March records for his Victrola, and there was a circuit judge up at the courthouse, Morris Hoffman, who had the same fondness for march bands, and a couple times Morris Hoffman said, "You aren't doing this, go up and listen to some music up at Charlie's house." So we would go up there, and Charlie was always greeted us very well. He lived in poverty, but he was really one fellow who knew how to keep a promise.
That's great. One of the fellows nationally known from St. Joseph was Arthur Pryor. He was playing a trombone or a trumpet. He was in D'Souza's band. He called him the man with the golden trumpet. His father was a band master here, I believe. I think they lived at one time in a little house up near Rubidoux Row, and then later on they lived on South 9th Street. Arthur Pryor was famous. He was a soloist with D'Souza's band in the 90s and early 1900s. You hear a great deal about him.
Didn't he write some nationally famous marches?
Yes, I think he did.
I'm pretty sure. As I like to tell you about the most unique poker game I've ever been in. When I was covering legislature for the news press, a fellow from St.Joseph who was an embezzler, who had taken a loan company here for close to $250,000, and he'd been convicted and got 5 years for embezzlement. His name was William F. Walpole. He owned 3 stores in St. Joe before he got in trouble, in drugstores, and also sold appliances. And so he was in the penitentiary, and I got a note one day inviting me to come over and have dinner with him. And I went over there in the afternoon, and he had been made a trustee, and he was out at the church prison farm with the other trustees. And so after supper, he asked if I'd like to play poker. I told him yes. So they had no chips. They weren't allowed in prison. But they had nickels, they had sacks of tobacco, just like old Bull Durham sacks. But old Bull Durham sacks were flat. These weren't flat. They were little round sacks about 3 by 2 inches. And so you bought $2, and for $2 you got 40 sacks of tobacco, and then you bet like that, and the quarter limit has 5 sacks of tobacco. You win a pot, you only buy $1.20 in it, but it'd be practically cover the table. So we played with him. The 7 of us in the game. I was the only one who wasn't a convicted felon, and they watched me close as possible. They're afraid I might cheat. And about 5 minutes to 9, Walpole said, "Okay, we're through for the night." He said, "Lights out in 5 minutes." We cashed in our tobacco sacks, and that was the end of the poker game. It was the most unique game I ever played in. I can't remember now if I won or lost, but the experience was worth something.
That's great. Yeah. Would you like to say anything about Homer Croy?
Yeah.
And I think it's great that he nominated you or wanted to nominate you for a fellowship.
Yeah, Reed Fellowship.
Great point.
Homer Croy was a Maryville boy, and early in his career, he had been a reporter for the news press. That was right at the turn of the century. And he began coming back to St. Joe regularly, and he was the first student in the journalism department at the University of Missouri, but it was kind of a tragedy hit him. On the day he was supposed to graduate, he found out that his credits were not sufficient, and he tells a sad story. His father, who was an old-time rugged farmer, and made a trip down to Columbia to watch him graduate, and they had to tell him no, he wasn't going to graduate. And Homer went on to become a celebrated author, and he was a member of the Algonquin Luncheon Club, was famous for its humor and its wisdom, and he wrote many, many books. His best-known book was Jesse James Was My Neighbor. He wrote a book about the hanging judge I mentioned earlier, that Isaac Parker, and he wrote all the film scripts for Will Rogers. He lived 1 year with Will Rogers in California to get the background for the scripts and for a book he wrote. And he wrote many books, probably 25 or 30 books. And if you helped him with the book, he includes you in the index, and just that you did something to help him thing and give you a little publicity. And then he'd send you a copy of the book and have all kinds of funny pictures, real old pictures of men 80 years old, and inscriptions. This is a boyhood picture of Harold Slater, and then pictures of very old, ugly women, and this is a picture of Harold Slater's best-known girl, and all through books, all these little witticisms, and they're collector's items now, and I think I've got 6 of them. And he was this unusual fellow. Well, he used to write from New York City, and he used to use the address 120 Parkhurst Avenue over Fred's Fish Store. One time, through the mail, he sent me a medicine prescription bottle. The prescription had been made out to his wife with some kind of medication, and he put a little tag on it. He said, "This is genuine Niagara Falls water." He said, "I thought you'd love to have it. You probably never saw Niagara Falls water before, but I want you to have it." And that thing came through the mail just perfectly. And some of his jokes didn't go too good with certain ladies in the office. One time he was going to be in Maryville, and he wanted to let me know he'd be in town the following Monday. And so he sent me a note and a postcard, and the case in which you're charged with statutory rape will be called for trial at noon next Monday at the courthouse. That meant we were going to have lunch at the courthouse, but the lady who handled the mail downstairs, an elderly spinster, she came to me and said, "Certainly you want anybody to see this." I've saved all his letters and his books, and they're this priceless. And my grandchildren are old enough to realize now what a wonderful fellow he was. And at one time, he was editor of the magazine Baseball, and they bought the script from him Jesse James was my neighbor, and he said they didn't use anything in the book at all. They made up their own Jesse James movie, and the most he got for it was this for the title. You knew him, didn't you?
I think I met him once, yes.
He used to dress kind of outlandish. He'd probably have on green socks and a yellow shirt and a little hat with a feather in it and a blue coat. He just tried to dress out of style. I got to do him one favor. I wrote to Dr. James Brady, the vice president of the University of Missouri, and told him what a tragedy it had been for Homer's father. They didn't get to see his son get his degree, and suggested to give Homer an honorary degree. And so Brady was a lovely fellow, and he sent back, "We'll take care of it." And they gave Homer an honorary degree in some kind of a doctorate, and he had to buy his cap and gowns, but he was different. The night he got it, he came back to St.Joe, and with a group of his friends, we made a tour of St.Joe's saloons with him wearing his cap and gown. I don't believe Missouri University thought much of the idea.
The farm where he grew up was outside of Maryville, and had a great big barn, and they had painted on the barn a supposed picture of their arriving by ox cart. And there was painted on the barn a wonderful picture of oxen drawing this wagon. That was the arrival of the Croy family in Missouri.
I was just marking down something I thought it might be interesting to you, that one of the best excuses I ever heard given in court was for Judge Sam Wilcox, and the case was on trial, and a very prominent St. Joe doctor was supposed to testify, and he didn't show up. So Judge Wilcox called the bailiff over, Deputy Jones, and said, "Deputy, go out and bring that doctor in." He said, "He's supposed to be here. He's in contempt unless he comes in." So Deputy Jones was out, and he came back in, and Judge Wilcox said, "Deputy, what'd you learn?" And he said, the doctor can't come in. He's sick in bed with a trained nurse. It broke up the courtroom, and there was no contempt of court. Incidentally, one of the first jobs I had was a piece job working down at Armour and Company. I was helping unload a car as summer work down there, and I learned you didn't be too smart to be a foreman. The foreman came out there and he said, we're working inside of a boxcar, and he said, how many fellows are in there? And somebody said 3, and the foreman said, half of you come out.
Well, are we at a stopping point?
You want to wind it up?
I think so for now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you want to say something more?
What's that?
Since you give your final blessing on it or whatever, say something.
I can't think of anything right now.
Let's wrap it up. Wrap it up.
I can say something about the Benton Club, which is over 100 years old now. In 1887, there was a legal firm of St. Joseph called Judson and Motter. Winslow Judson had the idea that it would be very helpful to have a man's club in St. Joseph so that business people and professional men could get together, get to know each other on a first-name basis, and that would make things very easy in getting things done. So he sent out a letter to about 25 men. I think 20 responded and put in $5,000 each to buy some property at the northwest corner of 7th and Farron Streets. There were 3 houses on that property, and so they went to work and combined the 3 houses, and in November of that year they opened the clubhouse. The original 20 men were members then, and they sent out a letter to probably another 200 asking them if they would like to join. About 100 did, and the club opened up, had very nice facilities. They had meals, of course. On the second floor they had 7 bedrooms, so that in case of a man felt he had to move out of his home, he had a refuge in the Benton Club. They had a pool table, and it was a great meeting place. They thought that their first prominent guest would be President Cleveland. I forget whether he actually came or not. During the very active and prosperous days of St. Joseph in the early 1900s, the membership got up to over 200. It's normally about 100 or some thereabouts. In the days of the railroads, a great many of the railroad leaders were there, the stockyards leaders, and of course the big wholesale houses were well represented. has gone on for over 100 years now. The amenities are very pleasant indeed, and the reputation of the club has gone far and wide for its hospitality, and it's been a great center for St. Joseph. I can say something about the Missouri Valley Trust Company at the southeast corner of 4th and Felix Street. There was a bank, let's go back to the 1850s. There was a bank in Missouri called the Bank of the State of Missouri, and they had about 5 branches. Two men who had a wholesale house on the opposite corner where the Commerce Bank is now located had the idea that it would be a great thing for St. Joseph if they could get a branch of the Bank of the State of Missouri. So they applied for a charter and got it, and then had the problem of building the building. They had plans made, and if you're familiar with the building, you know that the corner is a curve, and above the entrance is an archway. They felt that no local architect was able to do that rather complicated arrangement. And at that time, a young man arrived in St. Joseph, Mr. William Pfeiffer, who had originated in Germany, been in New York for a few years, and he heard about the fact that they wanted to build a building, and he thought that he'd like to have the job. So he went to them and said that he thought he was well prepared to carry out their plans. They said, well, they doubted that because they felt that this was too complicated a matter. The arch over the rounded corner, and they were going to get someone in St. Louis to come up and do it. But he thought he could prove to them that he could do it. So he went to the drugstore, bought some plaster of Paris, and made that night at home, made little stones of plaster in Paris, and with his penknife he carved them to make them fit, and he made a little replica of the corner and the arch, and put it on a board and took it around to show them, and said, now shake it, you'll see it won't fall down, it's very strong, and that got him the job. So along in 1860, the building was built, and it was a very active place. The war came on, and the head of the bank had come from North Carolina. He was a sympathizer of the South, and at one time he was put in jail. The reason he was put in jail is that the first, you had to, I wish it'd stop for a minute. You can cut that out, can't you? Sure. I have to get some here. I'm sorry.
Just keep on going whenever you can.
I will.
Yeah, we'll fix it all up.
I wish I could shut it off for a minute, but you can't do that, can you?
Well, we can. We'll take care of it, though. We'll edit it all on tape, and it'll all be smoothed out.
Let me talk in.
Yeah, you talk a little bit.
Talking about that building, Mr. Pfeiffer also supplied the giant stone columns at the Buchanan County Courthouse, 1873, and they're still sturdy, and a project right now to fill in some of the vacant places where they've been chipped away during the year. And incidentally, that bank at 4th and Felix Street that Sheridan was talking about, 110 years ago, the Supreme Court used to hold regular sessions there. It was an era when they Supreme Court held the sessions in the different parts of the state quarterly, and they had one quarterly session in St.Joseph every year, so they served as a Supreme Court thing. And Sheridan was talking about the Benton Club. I like to tell you my first visit there. It was non-social. I was courthouse reporter, and I went there with Sheriff George Moran in 1937, and George went over there to seize their illegal slot machines. I was not a very welcome guest. Incidentally, speaking of Benton Club, not too many years ago, Thomas Hart Benton, the great muralist and a great nephew of Senator Benton, came here to St. Joe, had a meeting out at the Albright Gallery for him, an art meeting, and then he was an honored guest at the Benton Club, and he had quite a time there. And one of the stories I remember he was telling that in 1933, Andrew Jackson called in his great-great-uncle, Missouri's United States Senator Thomas Hart Benton, and said, I want to show you something. You're the only person that knows it. As of today, the United States does not owe a single penny to anyone. We're debt-free. And you think of that today when our debt is over $4 trillion. Incidentally, at one time in a feud, Senator Benton had shot Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson died with a bullet still in his arm that he had lost in a duel in which Senator Benton had been a part. And Senator Benton was the first senator from Missouri, and he had the record. He served for 30 years, and an amazing thing, he was the most controversial man. He was always in the middle of every fight as there was.
Let me pick up something there. Thomas Jefferson, referring to the debt of the United States that has just been mentioned, Thomas Jefferson is quoted as saying, "The best government is that one which governs the least." And also, there's another interesting quotation of Thomas Jefferson. He was in Paris at the time the United States Constitution was written, so that he had no part in it. When he came back, someone wrote him and said, "What do you think of the document?" And he replied in a letter, which has been printed, saying, "I think there's a very serious omission in that document. It should have said that the federal government should never be allowed to go in debt." As we think of the debt that has been incurred today, it's rather interesting to refer back to that.
It sure is.
Now getting back to the Missouri Valley Trust Company, Robert Washington Donnell and Albie M. Saxton were the two men who had the wholesale business across the street and who got the charter for the bank. When the building was completed and the war came on, it was known that Mr. Donnell had come from North Carolina and was a Southern sympathizer. So he was called upon to take the oath of allegiance. The first oath of allegiance provided that not only did you swear that you were a loyal citizen of the United States, but you also had to say that if you knew of anyone who wasn't, you would inform upon them. He took exception to that, as did a number of other people, and they were thrown in jail. Abraham Lincoln then changed the oath of allegiance to remove the informer part of it. Things were very upset here in the Civil War, and Donnell decided that he could spend his time to better advantage by going out west. So he sold his interest to his brother-in-law, Mr. Lawson, and went out to Montana. He operated stores out there, and in addition, he made a very good gold strike, so that he used to send the used to send the gold dust to the bank, and I have seen at the bank with Bartlett Boder a deerskin bag with the sealing wax adhering to it, which brought gold dust into that bank and went across the counters. The bank continued to prosper and was made the fiscal agent for the states of Kansas and Nebraska, and Mr. Donnell then moved on to New York and formed a private bank there called Donnell, Lawson and Simpson, which became the largest dealer of gold and silver bullion in the world. Mr. Lawson was very active in that. They moved on to New York, and Mrs. Lawson was presented to Queen Victoria. She came back to St. Joseph, and in the 1930s was still here, and finally died in St. Joseph. The building was became the office of a savings bank. Mr. C.B. France was the head of that. That continued on. They got a national charter at one point, and finally went out of business. But in 1901, the building was bought, and the Missouri Valley Trust organized to go in it. That continued right on up to, what, about 1970, as far as that, do you think? Or did it close up in the 60s?
Well, they closed up as an active bank. They kept their charter.
That's right.
Bartlett Boder kept the charter active. As an active bank, I believe it probably closed down in the late 20s, about 28 or 29.
Right.
And they did keep their office there, and as you know better than anybody else, it's decorated just exactly the same way it was in the 1860s. All the ornate office fixtures and cashier's windows, and they've done a remarkable job of keeping it just the way it used to be. It's very well kept.
After Bartlett Boder died, his widow, Mary Boder, resisted all attempts to dispose of the building, kept it up, and kept some business in it. The Wells Fargo Bank in San Francisco has a wonderful room of historic material of the Wells Fargo days. They have records and artifacts of the holdups of the stagecoaches and so on. At one time, they came to the Missouri Valley Trust Company and wanted to buy the fixtures for that room, but Mary Boder refused, so we have it today. It's probably the most historic room in St. Joseph.
Undoubtedly, you're correct. Incidentally, you're mentioning about that gold, and back before World War I, the employees of the armor packing plant here were paid in gold, and it was very convenient. So many of the people working down there had relatives in European lands, and they sent the money over there, and of course it was tremendously valuable, and have it in Europe, and it resulted in many fine families coming over to St. Joe and settling primarily in the south side of St. Joseph, which is a part of town noted for its well-kept homes. Incidentally, with all this new interest in the river on account of the gambling boat coming and the flood, there are some memories, old-timers, of one of the great heroes of the Missouri River. Is a fellow named Jack Ring, and he was so popular as a rescue man on the river that right at the turn of the century, the people here got up a fund and they built him a little house, a little two-room house. It was close to where the bridge to Missouri, over the Missouri River is now, down on South 2nd Street. And in front of it, I remember there was a ring painted on the front of it, and in the middle it was named Jack. Everybody knew who it was. And they said that he probably saved more than 200 lives, and he was a daredevil besides being a riverman. And besides saving lives, he was the one, when people drowned in the river, he could tell them where to go to look for the bodies. He had a wonderful faculty of relating bodies in difficult circumstances. And some of the things he did were very foolhardy. When they had the New Era Exposition here, they had some big gas balloons hovering over the city, and he performed trapeze acts hanging underneath those big hot air balloons. Jack Ring got a Carnegie Medal one time. He was really an unusual fellow, and he got a Carnegie Medal for saving a little girl from being killed by runaway horses. And I looked up the stories in the old papers. It's for my time. I looked up stories in the old paper, and they asked him and said, what did her folks say when you saved your life? And he said simply, well, they were real glad. Jack, in that same interview, said that one thing that he never forgot, he got drunk the first time when he was 4 years old. He had a pretty good record as a drinking man. And he got drunk on wine when he was 4 years old at his father's second wedding. When they had the center block fire here in St. Joe in 1893, down at 6th Edmund Street, had left a 5-story brick section of one of the buildings still standing, and was just waving in the wind, and they were trying to find some ways to demolish it without anybody being hurt, without spending too much money. So they hired Jack Ring, and Jack Ring climbed up on top of that thing, and when he got up there, when he got up on the top of the thing, he gave an exhibition of acrobatics, and then was lowered down, and he attached the rope, and they pulled it down. One time, to make money, he built a tower on a boat on the river up by the waterworks, and announced that he would dive into the river from a height of something like 70 feet. And that exhibition was on a Sunday. There was a tremendous crowd in St. Joe, and they came up there, and he climbed up there. Everybody thought he would never die from there, but he did. Then he passed the hat, but it was too late. After the show was over, nobody was giving. In fact, they didn't stay. So later on, he put on another show where he swam up the river for something like 6 miles, and then did a diving act. And that time he passed the hat. And in this old story I encountered in the paper, said he got $50. And I guess times were more economical those days. He said, I got enough money, I lived all winter without working. And he went to the veterans home down in Leavenworth, and he was working on the silo there, and he fell and died from the injuries. He died in 1919, and I did meet him once. My father had been in the Spanish-American War with him, and Jack was with the 4th Regiment from St. Joseph. And so at that time there was an auditorium, a swimming place on 2nd Street in the 200 block north on the west side of the street, down close to where Wyatt's is now. And he was working that winter as a lifeguard at the natatorium. And I talked to Colonel McNeely, related to Colonel McNeely, who was commander of the 4th Regiment, and he said, we hired Jack as a cook, and he said, we were more afraid of Jack as cook than we were of all of Spain. He said he was the worst cook they ever had. He said we quickly got rid of him. He said only one word describes his gourmet meals: atrocious.
I remember the natatorium very well because I learned to swim in the natatorium. But I then forgot and had to learn all over again at the YMCA pool. I'd like to say something about the architecture in St. Joseph. We have a wonderful collection of buildings here. Someone once said, you have here a 19th century Williamsburg. Well, that's true. We have the 19th century Williamsburg, except we never have found Mr. Rockefeller to take it over. But I would like to mention a few of the buildings that are quite outstanding. In 1879, the present museum was built as a home for Mr. William M. Wyeth. Mr. Milton Tootle was the leading merchant at that time. He died in 1987, and his widow then purchased the home from Mr. Wyeth for $100,000. She then had Tiffany and Company come out from New York and rework the stained glass windows, the paneling, and so on for $50,000, and then that remained in the Tootle family until about 1950, when Mr. Getz bought it, and it became the home of the St. Joseph Museum. It was designed to look like a Rhine River castle, and when it was built, of course, it had a marvelous view of the river, which is still good in part because it's been a building. Another outstanding building was built in 1881. That's at 703 Hall. It's been a bed and breakfast. It was built by Mr. Adam Schuster, a merchant who also became a banker, and after he lost it about 1894, Mr. William Wyeth took it over, lived there until 1925, when his daughter, Mrs. Farish, inherited it. Eventually, it was sold, and today and it has been a bed and breakfast. The great thing about it is that it's never been cut up into apartments. It's still one house, and it's a fascinating place both outside and in. In 1884, Mr. Schuster built the house next door for his daughter, Mrs. Hingston. That has since been made into two apartments, upstairs and downstairs, but the exterior is just the same as ever. In about 1889, Mr. Eckel employed a man named Harvey Ellis, who had worked for H.H. Richardson on the New York State Capitol building, and was an expert in the sort of architecture that Mr. Richardson initiated. And there are about half a dozen buildings that show Harvey Ellis's touch. The German-American Bank building at 7th and Felix Street, they turned the name into the American National Bank at the time of World War I, and later on it was occupied by other people, the First Federal and the Blue Valley, and I think now it's generally known as the First Federal Building. It's red brick and has many of the touches that Harvey Ellis liked so much, the colonnade up on top. He then built the McAllister building at house at 19th and Felix, the McNeely building at 701 South 11th Street, the Nave House at 22nd and Clay, the house known as the Tootle House at about 8th and Hall Street, and the Moss House on about 9th and Sylvania, now occupied by the Barbosa family. These later buildings are all similar in appearance, and at one time a writer in the Kansas City Star called them the Missouri River Chateau. The reason that St. Joseph has this wealth of Victorian architecture is that there was this conjunction of a period of great prosperity in the 90s and the presence of a wonderful architect, Edmund J. Eckel, who graduated from the Beaux-Arts in Paris. The two things came together just exactly right. And then, as things slowed down in St. Joseph after World War I, there was not the new pressing to push out the old, so that the old has remained, and it's one of the attractive things for tourists to see such a remarkable collection. It's really like an outdoor museum.
You know, there was an era around the turn of the century and up into the 1930s that we had more large wholesale mercantile houses than almost any city in the United States. And they were big. There was Tudor Camel, Wheeler Motter, John D. Richardson, John S. Britton, and Noyes Norman, a big shoe company. And there were so many salesmen on the road out of St. Joe that our Western League baseball team played down 6th and Atchison Street. It was called the St. Joe Drummers, and that was the name applied to the road salesmen. And I know that anybody who worked around a wholesale house knew that the management regarded their road salesmen as just super people. Every fall in St. Joe, the first part of this century, they used to have a big festival of retailers, and they would heap honors to all these salesmen, do everything possible to turn the town over to them for 4 or 5 days. And wholesale business was real big, and of course mail order came along, and mail order just played havoc with it. I remember Wheeler Motors had hundreds of customers all over the Middle West and including Oklahoma. I worked on the bill desk there for 8 months when I first got out of high school, and I remember that one of the bills used to come through regularly was large sales made to the state penitentiary of Oklahoma. There'd be orders to come through for 4,000 pair of coveralls, or maybe 3,000 blankets and things like that. They're wonderful customers, and those places really flourished. The Wheeler family, the Motter family, the Tudor family, the Camels, the Thomas P. Holland family, the Nortons, the Noyes family, which has done so much for St. Joe and for whom the boulevard is named. They established a home for little wanderers. They also established a home for elderly in North St. Joe. And we had a tremendous business. It's all gone in the tragedy to such places inflicted by the modern era of largely mail order shopping and giant department stores.
I'd like to add something there. I remember very well a great friend of mine, Hamilton McCord. His family had one of the wholesale houses, Nave McCord and Company, and they had branches. I think they had about half a dozen branches. And finally, he said that he could well remember the consternation on the first day that they found out that one of their best customers out in Nebraska had told them that he could buy small amounts of ivory soap from Procter & Gamble at the same price at which they bought a carload lot. And that indicated to them that there was no place for their services as a wholesale house. And that was the beginning of the end for the liquidation of these great wholesale firms. There were really two elements. In the first place, the better highways had been built so that trucking could take place very easily, and the chain store idea, cut down the middleman, which the wholesale houses were. St. Joseph had been very big. They had 5 wholesale dry goods firms here, and I believe that Kansas City had none. New York City, St. Louis, and St. Joseph was the order of the great wholesale dry goods firms.
I remember during World War I, the big story was out that you mentioned Dave McCord, that they had a tremendously good buy on sugar. There was a sugar shortage, and Dave McCord had almost a monopoly on sugar here, and supposedly really cleaned up on the thing. But Sheridan, the other day we were talking about Jesse James, and everybody in St. Joe has a couple of Jesse James stories, and I know that. And do you have a favorite Jesse James story?
Well, I think I probably only know the one that everybody else knows about the nice man that showed up in the evening at a bar, and someone had just received some money, and they said they were afraid to go home, and this kind of man said he'd go home with them. And later on, when he was killed, they went to see the body, and there was the nice man, and he was really Jesse James. I remember that story, but you know others, I'm sure.
I actually, when I was about 9 or 10 years old, first time I went to see Jesse James's house, and at that time it was down on 1322 Lafayette Street, and I went down there, and a family was living in it, and it cost 15 cents to go in, and I was a couple of schoolmates, and we saved our money and went down, and we saw the bullet hole and everything, and then the man, this family, said that offer us a special offer. For 20 cents, he'd give us a sliver of wood from the chair that Jesse was standing on when he was shot. And we didn't have 20 cents, so we didn't buy it. But later on, I was told that that family was on their 5th chair that they were selling as slivers of wood from Jesse James's thing.
Well, Bob Clayton told me that he remembered going to that house, and they would point out the blood on the floor where Jesse James had fallen, and every 6 months or so they had to renew it by killing a chicken.
I can believe that. I'll tell you one thing that's interesting. When I was working for the paper, I encountered 4 or 5 of these imposters who came here and tried to prove they were Jesse James. And I remember particularly one of them, and he came here and said that he had the newspaper people come out to the house there, and he said, the day before the fellow that said was Jesse James was shot was not Jesse James, I'm still alive. He said, I buried a gun under a tree here in the front yard at 1322 Lafayette Street, and he said, let's go out and see if it's there. So they went out and they dug around this tree, and they came up an old rusty revolver. And so the guy got a big play until the next day we ran a story in the paper and showed that 30 years before that they had lowered the Jesse James house about 25 feet when they cut through Lafayette Street on a new grading project. And if this had been buried, if it had been buried at least 35 feet underground to be found at this late location. Another one of the imposters came here, and he told, we had vaudeville electric theater, and so he talked him and let him go on the stage in a vaudeville act and say Jesse James and tell him about his adventures in St. Joe. And then when he got through, he said, if I'm not Jesse James, who am I? And some roughneck in the audience yelled out, Clairbeau. He left the stage. Another one I really enjoyed, I met an old imposter, and he had been an outlaw. He was really John Dalton, remember the Dalton gang, but he came to St. Joe, and he had records to show he was over 100 years old, and he came here, and they put him up very fittingly. At that time, we had Jesse James Hotel, and they had the Jesse James there, so I went down to visit him, and he was having breakfast in bed, and he invited me to join him, and I declined. He was having whiskey and donuts for breakfast, which I thought was very fitting for a man named Jesse James. And incidentally, a deputy sheriff who took me down there, and he talked to the old man, and he looked at this deputy sheriff and he said, what's your name, boy? And he said, Jacobs. And he said, Jacobs? He said, why, you're the perfect reproduction of an old fellow I knew in St. Joe, looked exactly like him. He said, old Bill Jacobs. And he said, did you ever hear of him? And Jacob said, yeah, that was my great-grandfather. And Jesse said, well, he and I were buddies. Old Bill Jacobs and I were buddies. So we came outside afterwards, and I said, Jacobs, you went out and talked to this guy before. No, I never saw him before. I said, Jacobs, quit lying to me. And so he laughed. Yes, they'd been down the day before, and old Jesse had planted the story.
Let's talk about Barney Riley.
Matthias came up. Charles Baer is going to run for mayor next year, and got talking about my first interest, mayor, and I was the first mayor race I was interested for a mayor's race was in 1916 when I was 9 years old, and the reason why was that Barney Riley was the Democratic nominee for mayor of St. Joseph, and Barney was a real hero. He had been a great athlete at Yale, and then he had come to St. Joe, and we had a Western League baseball team. He was the second baseman. Besides being the second baseman, he was the manager of the Royal Theater on Edmund Street, where they showed all the Western movies. And I was going to Cathedral School, and Barney lived this 2 doors south there on 11th Street, and he had a great big shock of prematurely gray hair. He was really an imposing figure, and everybody in town knew him. And I was 9 years old. I remember this being crushed when Barney was defeated for mayor, and Elliot Marshall was the man who defeated him. Barney went on to become an outstanding lawyer in St. Joe's, principally and as an attorney for criminal cases. He was an outstanding lawyer in criminal case defense.
I can say something about Eugene Field. He was one of our celebrities over the years. Eugene Field was the son of a lawyer who defended Dred Scott in St. Louis courthouse, lost his case. Gene had a younger brother, and his father died rather early, and they were sent back to Massachusetts to live with an old aunt. He spent about a year at Williams College, Williamstown, Massachusetts, and then came out to University of Missouri. He was there a roommate of a young man from St. Joseph, Comstock, and Comstock invited, when vacation came, Comstock invited him to come home to St. Joseph, spend the vacation with him. There were about 3 or 4 girls in the family. The youngest one was just 14 years old. That was Julia, and to the amazement of everybody, Eugene Field told Julia's parents he wanted to marry her. And they said, oh, well, she's just a child. But he said, well, she'll grow out of that. But they sort of agreed that if he still felt the same way when she was 18 years old, he could come back and they would be willing at that time. He received an inheritance from his father's estate and invited young Comstock to go with him on a grand tour of Europe. They traveled through Britain and the continent, making extensive purchases along the line, and finally they ran out of money. They wired back for more and said there isn't any, so they had to retrace their steps and sell back to the original owners many of the things that they had bought. and they finally got here safely. And they prevailed upon Mr. Comstock to yield his restrictions, and when Julia was 16 years old in 1873, they were married at Christ Church. The reception was held in the house on North Fifth Street, which still stands. And it was a wonderful celebration. The family provided little bouquets of flowers for all the ladies. They had 31 cakes provided, and then the next morning they had a wedding breakfast at the Pacific House with wonderful menu. You could have almost anything you could think of, and they had a very good time. And Gene Field, in his usual flamboyant ways, invited everybody to continue the party by going on to St. Louis with them. And two of the bridesmaids actually did go down to St. Louis with them. He came back to St. Joseph, worked for a while for the St. Joseph Gazette. They had a little boy who died, and he wrote the very poignant poem, Little Boy Blue. And then he went on out to Denver, worked there for a while, and finally ended up in Chicago, where he died in the 1890s. His health was bad at one point, and the paper gave him some time off, and he took a trip to England. And when he was in London, he wrote Lover's Lane, St.Joe, how I sit in the gloom of this rented room in St. Joseph and think about Lover's Lane, St.Joe. Actually, they're building a marker on Lover's Lane right now, so that people can go by and see it. We think that the name was given to the old Rochester Road by Eugene Field, because he did his courting of Julia out on those lanes.
You know, Gene Field, he was the courthouse reporter for the Gazette at the time. The present courthouse, was opened in late 1873, and he had look back at the old Gazette, some quips in there that he made about the courthouse, about the politicians, and he had a wry sense of humor. Sheridan, I think one thing that we worthy of mention in these talks is how St. Joe was hit by the Depression, and we were awfully hard hit, and but we came out remarkably well because we had some courageous leadership. One thing, they cut the salary of every employee in the city by 10% to help out, and the old City Hall was down at 2nd and Edmund Street, and they opened that as a shelter for the homeless. But it was a cold winter, and they opened the old City Hall. They put cots and provided blankets so people could have a warm place to sleep. And naturally, the Democrats first gave it a name, quick gave it a name. It became the Hotel Hoover. And one of the things that helped tremendously here, Father Charles Buddy, pastor of the cathedral, later the Bishop of San Diego, he opened St. Vincent's Cafeteria on the 200 block of North 2nd Street. And it was a cafeteria where anybody could go from 6 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night and get a meal. And there's a lot of mooching, and to stop the mooching, they had a plan where they sold the merchants tickets good for one meal. And I believe the tickets cost either 5 or 10 cents, and every store had a supply of them. If somebody came in and said they needed food, they gave them a couple of tickets out at St. Vincent's, and they served thousands and thousands of meals over a period of more than 2 years at St. Vincent's Cafeteria, and it was operated entirely by volunteers. You would go there, you would see the wives of bankers and wealthy merchants. They're there working side by side with fellows who are out of work, who were just anxious to help out in any way possible. And prices, the thing that helped an awful lot during the Depression, money was short, but prices came down, and particularly in restaurant food, there were a number of places in St. Joe where you could get a substantial meal, 15 or 20 cents, and there were hot dog places where you get hot dogs for a nickel a piece, 6 for a quarter, with all the fixings. There's a place at 617 Edmund Street. You get barbecue sandwiches, barbecue rib sandwiches, very decent barbecue rib sandwiches for 15 cents a piece. And I remember that Marguerite and I got married in 1931, and the Depression was still real bad then, and you could buy a whole picnic ham for 95 cents. We ate an awful lot of ham, and it was good, but it was also reasonable, and it was hard hit. And of course, during that era, same era, that's when our wholesale houses were hard hit by the advent of the large mail order houses that had discount places all over, and that added to our unemployment problem. And you saw fellows who had highly responsible jobs going around town and just offering to do anything to get a day's work.
And one of the early depressions, I don't remember offhand which one it was, probably yes, I'm pretty sure it would be about 1907. Of course, everybody locked up their money and held on to it and wouldn't let it go into circulation. So the city council had an issue of scrip. I remember it was white paper, printed on white paper, and it was good for $1. And this circulated and made up for the shortage of currency. Of course, all that's different now with the Federal Reserve System. But anyhow, and people were reluctant to take the scrip. They didn't think it was as good as real money. One man in St. Joseph put an ad in the newspaper saying, I will pay 50 cents for $1 of scrip. This caused a furor, and the head of the newspaper, I think, immediately criticized whoever it was that permitted this advertisement to come in, and it was quickly removed. You probably can add to that.
The mayor who issued that scrip was Piner, and he ran for re-election the day Jesse James was up for re-election, the day Jesse James was shot, and he lost. And the Democrats always said the reason he lost was that all the Democrats had gone down to see if it was really Jesse had been killed, and they didn't vote. And Mayor Piner, and he has a great-grandson. He's a former police lieutenant, lives in St. Joe, Bill Piner, and he has some of that script still. It's actually printed on very nice paper. It looks very durable. It has held up. That's 111 years ago, that shooting, so it's still in good shape. Let's get right, a little light side. I was coming to the legislature one time, and they had a bill down there to legalize nudism in Missouri. And they had a number of fellows testifying they were nudists, they were fine citizens. And one fellow got up and he said that he was the deputy sheriff and he was on the school board, and he had many honors. He had been named outstanding citizen of his town. And he said that he was a nudist all the way through, and he said that he had served as a deputy sheriff under 2 different sheriffs. And one old legislator down in the Ozarks said, I got one question to ask you. He said, you're a deputy sheriff? He said, yes. He said, where did you pin your badge? I thought it was a good question. It just about broke up the meeting.
How about Edmund Street? Now, you know about Edmund Street.
Edmund Street, in the Prohibition era, it was wide open. There were at least 3 places on Edmund Street where they had dice games going. you could walk on Edmund Street and you could hear the dice clicking inside, and some of them had fake fronts as card rooms. Others were supposed to be drink places that served only soft drinks. You could get anything in there except some real decent whiskey. But they had all kinds of bootleg and stuff like that, and there was a lot of gambling. We had roadhouses out in the county where there were dice games and blackjack games. And at that time, in the 1920s and 1930s, we had at least 10 or 12 policy wheels. Now, policies was a number game, and you could pick 3 numbers out of 78, and if all 3 of your numbers came out, it paid 180 to 1. And around town, an awful lot of people regularly played a dime a day. If they hit, they got $18. And it was this open. The policy wheel operators had their phones listed in the telephone book, and the city directory showed where their offices were. And a number of the offices were when it was at the Ballinger building at 7th and Edmund Street. It's now the Herman building, and policy, this ran practically unrestricted. They paid regular fines, and the police didn't bother them, and they thought it was just a little outlet for people who wanted to gamble, and everybody does seem to have that instinct.
We could talk a little bit about the Patey House. I don't know, as we mentioned that before, but the Patey House was built by John Patey between the years 1856 and 58. And the reason he built it was that he saw that the railroad, which had been started several years before, was approaching completion, and it actually was completed through in 1859, and he thought that the Patey House would benefit greatly by that, and it surely did. In the 1860s, anybody going west would come and stay at the Patey House and get their coach that took off from there for the west. So that in 1861, when the Pony Express started, the Patey House was the eastern terminus of the Pony Express. There was a little bit of competition to have the eastern terminus of the Pony Express, so that in the St. Joseph Courthouse there is a document signed by 21 citizens sweetening the deal for Russell Majors and Waddell, and turning over to them some real estate in anticipation of their coming to St. Joseph.
Very interesting. They've done a remarkable restoration job down there. Lee Starnes, who's dead, and Gary Chilco, who's very alive. They are the ones that really restored it, and it's a remarkable job. It's now a great museum. Incidentally, one of the fellows I interviewed down in the penitentiary over the years was Bill Latress, and he was one of the most celebrated train robbers of his time, and he made the crime books out of kind of one major train robbery, and he was all by himself. He got on the train at Leavenworth, and he got on the train at Leavenworth and was headed to Kansas City, and he had been drinking. He was ill prepared, but he held up the people, and this stuffed the money into his coat pockets. Got to Kansas City by he pulled the cord, stopped the train, and got off. And he got away for a while until some fellow he had confided to his success, an ex-convict, by the way, tipped off the authority, and he was arrested. But I talked to him in the penitentiary, and he's doing 2 life sentences down at Lansing, and for murders in a crap game over at Wichita. And he's very reluctant to talk to me and talk at all. And so I mentioned, well, the first time you were arrested at St. Joe, you held up Martin Curry's saloon on Illinois Avenue. And I said, I went to school with Martin Curry's son at Christian Brothers. And all of a sudden he changed completely. He said, are you a brother's boy? And I said, yeah, I went to Christian Brothers 4 years. And he said, I'm a brother's boy. He said, I went to De La Salle in Kansas City. And he said, they went down there. And so he opened up and told me everything again about that train robbery and everything else. And after the robbery was over, an official of the railroad came to see him and said, it's all over. Everything's been settled. But I want to find out one thing. He said, how much did you actually get? And he said, I got between $5,000 and $6,000. And the railroad said, well, he said, well, to tell you the truth, he said, the claims they put in for your robbery against the railroad totaled more than $60,000. And he said, almost everybody on the train said they were robbed. And Latrace said, what really hurt was one woman said that she was a widow and she was on her way to Kansas City with all her savings to buy Christmas presents for her grandchildren, but he took her money. And he said, I did not take a penny from any woman in the robbery. He said, right at the start, I said, women, you're absolutely safe. I'm not going to bother you at all. He said, the only honest man on that train was the engineer. He didn't get a chance to put in a claim.
Okay, let's cut. Time to change tape.
Okay. I thought I'd mention a little bit of the ethnic influence in St. Joseph. First of all, the French. This was a French territory, and Thomas Jefferson bought it from Napoleon, 1803, and in addition to the Indians, the people here were the French people, and who went up and down the rivers, trading with the Indians, getting furs, taking them back to St. Louis, where they were probably sent, a great many of them sent down to New Orleans and sent over to Europe to make beaver hats. At one time, accounts in St. Louis were kept in terms of beaver skins instead of money. And of course, Joseph Robidoux first saw this area when he was 16 years old in 1799, and he went up the river with some older French fur traders. The French influence in St. Joseph, however, was a transient one. Not a great many settled here, although one name that persisted was Blondeau, outstanding French family. One of their daughters became Juliet Chips, who was active in business, and the Blondeau house was up on North 3rd Street, right next to Robidoux Row. I never made a trip over to French Bottoms, but I have been told that the mailboxes along French Bottoms had a great many with French names. That area has been pretty largely taken over by the airfield. Isn't that about right?
Right. Yes.
Yeah. Now the German influence was different. They came to stay, and at one time, the Heckel family had a house on 2nd Street, and it had a little balcony over the front door. And the tradition is that when Abraham Lincoln was here in 1859, he made a speech from that balcony. The Heckels had a German language newspaper, which was distributed by a boy riding horseback. And the Heckles also, at one time they had a sign up saying Heckle Benevolent Institution, and they operated a soup kitchen. The Krug and Hacks Packing Company supplied them free with some meat each week, and they kept a kettle going, and so that the newly arrivals who were not yet established could always go by the Heckle place and get some soup to keep them going. On the French side, in the St. Joseph courthouse, in the probate court records, there is at least one will written in French. That's of Jean-Baptiste Roy, who was the friend of Joseph Robidoux, and whose name is perpetuated in Roy's branch.
You mentioned that German thing, influence. There was for many years here a weekly German paper, the Volksblatt, and it was printed in German and it was distributed every Friday afternoon.
That was the one.
Yeah, and of course, the Irish settlement here goes largely back to the fact that this was a tremendous railroad town. One time we were looking up some things at the News Press office and found out the biggest railroad year in St. Joe was in 1888, and an unbelievable number of trains came into and out of St. Joe every day, and there was a need for people to work at railroads, not only the hard work, but to work in the offices. And you'll notice that St. Patrick's Parish, which was the parish of the Irish St. Joe, was right around the railroad yards, which were close to 6th Street and around Atchison Street over there. The Burlington had a big yard there, and the Union Pacific, through its branch to Grand Island, had another yard there, and had a lot of railroad trains going back and forth all the times. And I still remember when I was a boy, you had these railroad messengers, and a lot of people didn't have telephones, and the messengers went out and cold the winter, weird hours in the morning, notify an engineer to get up, you're needed 2 hours, and we're going to leave for Chicago. The messengers all wore distinctive, tall felt hats, and they were desirable jobs for young kids because they paid pretty well, and there weren't too many jobs available for youngsters in those days.
You mentioned the Catholic parish. I was told an interesting thing one time about that. Of course, St. Joseph was so much older than Kansas City. This was originally the St. Joseph, what do you call it, parish? St. Joseph Parish? Or?
Diocese.
St. Joseph Diocese, right. And then Kansas City came along and grew up and became larger. They wanted to include that. But the Catholic Church is very conscious of history, so they get rid of the St. Joseph name. So it's now called the Kansas City St. Joseph Diocese, isn't it?
That's right. That happened when Bishop Cody was here. And he changed over, and as you say, there was resentment by some Catholic people wanting to say a diocese all by themselves. We had, one thing that helped the Irish here, we had a very fine Irish bishop, Maurice Burke. He came here from Wyoming, and he was the best known man in the town, and the only man in the town, winter and summer. He wore a tall silk hat, and every boy in town had the ambition to knock that hat off the snowball, but I'm certain none ever did. He was the most dignified man in town and recognized as such. And he was the bishop, his best friend in St. Joe was, among the outside people who were not clergymen, was Pet Clayton, who was imperial potentate of the shrine. And he went to, Bishop Burke was in Rome one time and picked up a real fancy wooden cane and came back, and he gave it to Pet Clayton as a reminder of their friendship. And I now have that cane. Bob Clayton, Sheridan's good friend, gave it to me not too many years before his death.
Bob Clayton was very abstemious in his later life. Always drink ginger ale, something like that. And there was a good reason for that, because when Bob was much younger, say about 21, he decided to celebrate New Year's Eve. And he got going, went from one saloon to another saloon, and kept going and offering to buy drinks for everybody there in each saloon. And when it was all over, a tremendous bill came in to his father, and he lectured Bob pretty strenuously and said, "Now, Bob, I'll pay this bill now, but you're going to pay it because we'll take it out of your pay." He had worked for the Sheridan Clayton Paper Company, and so Bob sweated it out over a long period of time, making up this, and he resolved he'd never take another drink, and he didn't.
No, he
That's
didn't.
the reason why.
Actually, he talked to me about that one time and said the only time he ever got drunk, and he took the cure at the same time, he told me not only did he pay for all the drinks, but he got real fancy, and he hired a band and went around town on New Year's Day and serenading his friends. That was a major expense. I would like to say an unusual murder here. A man was murdered in St. Joe one time because he wore the wrong headgear one night. His name was John Brown. He was the constable of Washington Township. He wore a great big tall belt hat, big tall Stetson, just like Marshall Dillon. He was an imposing figure. He was a little over 6 feet in height. He had been a law officer, a deputy United States Marshal down in the Oklahoma Territory before Oklahoma was admitted as a state. Been there. He became the law then in later years at Winthrop. Winthrop is the town directly across the Missouri River from Atchison. At one time, it was the wettest town in the world. It had a population of something like 250 and had 13 saloons. And the reason was that it was the best place for Kansas. Kansas was dry, and that's where Kansas came and picked up their liquor. Well, he came to St. Joe, and he was very popular. He was elected constable of Washington Township, had an office at the courthouse, and he was an imposing figure in this big, tall Stetson hat. And the night of December 30th, 1930, why John Brown went to the Missouri Theater. He was a single man. He had a date with a lady. And because it was difficult to put his big Stetson hat underneath a chair in the Missouri Theater, he wore a cloth cap. That night, after he took his lady friend home, he went to his garage up at 5th and Antoine. And when he went into the garage, there was a boy standing there, pulled a gun, and killed John Brown. The boy later on told that he had never think of drawing a gun on John Brown because he had heard that he had killed people and was supposed to be one of the great gunfighters of the Oklahoma Strip days. And that's why John Brown lost his life. He wore the wrong hat one night. But a weird thing happened. When this boy went to trial for the murder of John Brown, why the circuit clerk, Fred Roach, drew the jury for the trial, and the first name that came out for a juror in that case was that of John Brown.
I can tell you, you'll remember, of course, the Orpheum Theater. And the Orpheum Theater was a movie house on the northeast corner of 5th and Edmond Street. It had previously been the Schlitz Cafe, and to turn it into a movie house, they made not a great many changes, so that sitting in the movie house, you could see the sides and ceiling were out of the Schlitz Cafe. It was a two-story affair, and there were tables upstairs. You could get get drinks downstairs, and then if you wanted to stay a little longer, you could sit at one of these tables upstairs. And a very sad thing happened one time. Several young men, a musical comedy came to St. Joseph, and several young men took their dates to the comedy, and then they took the girls home by carriage and decided that the evening was young and they would go back to the Slits Cafe, which they did, and found that the company of the musical comedy, chorus girls and all that, were there upstairs, and they went up and sat at a nearby table. And of course they thought some of the girls were very attractive, and they got into conversation with them. And the time came when the musical comedy people said, well, it's time to go to bed. They were staying at the Metropole Hotel. They went down there, and these two fellas decided they'd go along. And when they got down to the Metropole, they went up to the rooms where the girls were staying, and after a while they said, time for you to go home, and they didn't go promptly. So one of the men who was there, who was the husband of one of the girls that they were thinking very highly of, pushed him, and he pushed back, and from push came to shove, and eventually this man pulled out a revolver and shot the young man, well-known young man, St. Joseph. Then they all became very frightened, and they sort of ran away and left him there to bleed, and the poor fellow was finally picked up and taken to the hospital, the Ensworth Hospital across the street from the Presbyterian Church. The family was a very prominent one, and the minister was praying for the young man who was dying across the street.
That's really interesting. Incidentally, Lou Costello, the great comedian, spent the winter of 1930 in St. Joseph, and he was a comedian for a burlesque show that was playing at the Empress Theater. It was on the 200 block of South 7th Street, whereas now Bob Simpson has his insurance place, and Costello in his book said he got $18 a week. I think he's exaggerated a little bit, because when I remember talking to him thinking he was getting $15 a week and being real sad about it. The burlesque was a real cheap burlesque. This is before Costello teamed up with Abbott, and he had to put on about 4 shows a day, and he was homeless. He was a lonesome little fellow. He spent most of his time, when he wasn't on the stage, at the Turner Hall, where they'd rent out a place down there. There was one of the best known prohibition speakeasies in St. Joseph down there, and it was called a Key Club, but anybody could get a key. You had to have your key to open the door, and everybody had, except probably the members of the elite ladies social clubs, and the fellow who ran it later became a very successful county judge. And Costello spent the whole winter there, and he roomed in a real cheap rooming house right across the street from the public library at 10th and Felix Street. And afterwards, his daughter called here to get a lot of information on him and about him, and wondered how much he drank. And I told her real frankly, he didn't drink very much because he was making $15 a week, and even though drinks were cheap in those days, he stayed there because he's a lonely fellow, this companionship. He made an awful lot of money and became one of the great comedians. And Sheridan, you were talking about this tragedy. I think one of the weird things about St. Joe is that one of our best known streets is named after a man who was murdered. The man who was murdered was Charles Robidoux, the youngest son of Joseph Robidoux. you've heard of that tragedy.
Yes, I have.
You want to tell about it?
We've told several stories about saloons and penitentiary. I have 2 stories about church. We haven't had many church stories, but at the Presbyterian Church during World War I, the minister referred quite often to his younger brother, who was in uniform and overseas, and he had much on his mind. He talked about him. Everybody knew about this, and just hoped that all would go well with this boy. One day they heard that he had been killed, and they knew how much this meant to the minister. Well, of course, the minister didn't come the next week or the next week, but finally he did come, and he never said a word about it. He made his sermon as usual, and when the sermon was finished, he stopped for a minute or 2. Everybody wondered what was going to happen. And then he said, "I have touched bottom and found it solid." Another story, many years later, I was reading Pilgrim's Progress. And if you're at all familiar with Pilgrim's Progress, you know at one point the pilgrim says, "I have touched bottom and found it solid." And without a doubt, that's where the minister got it. Another story of the church is that a young girl of one of the families was very ill indeed, and everybody was greatly concerned about it, but she was very sick, and the best-known doctor who called her said to others, I can't see how this child can possibly recover. But the church thought that they would pray for her, and they prayed for her a great deal. And when things came to the worst, and they thought she was surely going to die, the word came down that just about that time she'd taken a turn for the better, and she recovered. The church always referred to that.
That's very interesting. Getting back to this young Rubidoux, here's how he happened to get murdered. He was with a bunch of youngsters, this in 1850, and they were down near 2nd and Francis Street, and they were going to these places, stores, and the clerks often used to live in quarters upstairs, and to save money, they didn't pay them very much, and these young rowdies, not rowdies, Rubidoux, fun-loving probably, and they were rattling the doors and threatened to break in, and they threatened to break in this one place, and this young fellow was frightened, and he fired into the crowd and shot Rubidoux, who was an exceedingly popular fellow, was 18 years old, and the old histories show that his father really took the death very, very hard. There was even talk of mob violence against the fellow who had killed him, but the calm heads prevailed, and they dropped that idea, and fortunately, and nothing more came of it. But Rubidoux Street is, in a way, a monument to a murdered man.
Did you ever know Hippolyte Street or alley?
Yes,
Hippolyte was a black servant of Joseph Rubidoux, and the story is that at one time he said to Joseph Rubidoux, "Now you have named all these streets for your children, and how about me?" And as a result, Rubidoux named, was it an alley or a street?
It's an alley. It was a street. It was right up by the Getz Brewery, up there near 6th and Albemarle, and The Hip Line was a well-known street there. That's right. Say incidentally, one thing that saddens me every time I go by 11th and Messina Street, there was a home there that was. It was originally the woman who lived there was Miss Duncan, and she was the daughter of Frederick Smith, the fellow who laid out the town of St.Joseph for Rubidoux as a surveyor. And they were very active Republican, and she had a beautiful home there. And now the house has been torn down. The whole lot has just been taken over by wild-growing trees and weeds and plants. It's just a shame. But my best memory there, I went there in 1928, and Charles Evans Hughes, later to become Chief Justice of the United States, was there that night. He had come to St. Joe to speak at the auditorium in behalf of the presidential candidacy of Herbert Hoover. And Hughes spoke that night, and he had been on the Supreme Court. He had resigned from the Supreme Court to run for president in 1916 when he lost to Woodrow Wilson, after everybody thought he had the election won. But that night I talked to, interviewing Charles Evans Hughes, who had been governor of New York. He's a very distinguished man with the most flowing set of mustaches you ever saw. And what do you think is the most dangerous crime in America today? And he said, that's an easy question to answer. He said, the worst crime in America today is perjury. He said, people are just getting away from the meaning of an oath when you actually call upon God to witness the truth of what you're saying. And he said, they say whatever serves their purpose best. And he said, every one of our courts in the United States, day after day, we see countless lies, misrepresentations. He said, perjury is a cancer onto our society. It's going to hurt us terribly for many years to come.
As has been said, that house was built by the son of Frederick Smith, the man who laid out the town for Joseph Rubidoux. And that man studied to be a doctor. And when it came time, he was all through his education, and he participated in an operation, and he fainted, and so he gave up the idea of being a doctor.
It was a good time, I
He
think.
couldn't stand the operation.
One of the weirdest murder cases I ever encountered in my reporter days was a fellow who actually committed a murder because the prosecuting attorney's office had advised him to. It happened this way. They were having a coffee break at the prosecutor's office this morning, and they were sitting around. This fellow came in, and he said to an assistant prosecutor, he said, this guy's bothering me. He said, he's hanging around my wife all the time. He said, anytime I go away from home, I come back and said, he's around there. He's just a pest. And he said, I'd like to get rid of him. He said, I came home last night, and he said, he was in the bedroom with my wife, and he said, it's embarrassing. He's a nuisance. So this is a coffee break, casual conversation. And he said, this assistant prosecutor, what would you do? And he said, hell, with my wife, he said, I'd kill the guy. Thought nothing more of it. About 2 hours later, the fellow came back in there and said, sir, he said, I just carried out your advice. He said, I killed that guy. And you can imagine the embarrassment of the prosecuting attorney. Here's this fellow that's offering to give him the gun that he had killed this fellow with, and he had actually advised him to kill him. And he was terribly embarrassed. We used the story, and so they quick arranged to they filed a second-degree murder charge against this fellow. Then they arranged to get him out on bond and had him leave town. They continued the case through 5 or 6 terms of court, and then they dismissed it when the thing had died down. But the fellow died knowing that he had killed the fellow on the advice of the prosecuting attorney's office.
St. Joseph is very fortunate in having a newspaper which started in 1845, and in more modern days, and those files of the newspapers were kept until probably in the 1920s. The librarian learned that the Huntington Museum in California would like very much to get these early newspapers and would offer a substantial price for them. So the newspapers were put on microfilm and are at the St. Joseph Public Library to this day, where the original file was sent out to the Huntington Gallery and is in California. But it's an interesting thing that the files terminate about 1860 and are not available in 60 and 61 because the passions of the time were so great, and the city was occupied by troops from Fort Leavenworth, and those files were thrown in the river and are not available. The tradition is that the original paper was printed on a press that had belonged to the Mormons, and when the Mormons were ejected from Jackson County, Missouri, just east of Kansas City, their press and type was thrown in the river, and the tradition is that they were fished out and were used to print the St. Joseph Gazette in the beginning. The printer was Mr. Reidenbaugh, and he's buried in Mount Moore Cemetery.
Yes, he has a street named after him, Reidenbaugh Street. It's 9th Street north of Felix Street, and he served as city clerk for a long time, in addition to being the editor of the paper. And you know, one of the characters in St. Joe, one of the interesting ones was Gus Karras. He was a wrestling promoter here, and he brought some weird, interesting people to St. Joe, including Happy Humphreys, who weighed 650 pounds. But one of the fellows that he brought that I remember most, he brought an Egyptian here, and the fellow wore a fez, and all around town a red fez, and he put on a thing that how much he hated St. Joe, because the villains in wrestling could draw more money than the nice guys, and you had to have a couple of villains for every card for the people to boo. So we were talking one day and trying to get some publicity, and it was terribly hot, and I had suggested something to him, and he went on, and he said it was so hot that his fez was melting, and he said, I don't like St. Joe, I hate everybody here, I hate his people, but he said, they're sorely lacking. He said, I've been all over St. Joe, there's not a single place in St. Joe where you go and get your fez pressed. And he said, that's ridiculous. He said, in Cairo, there's a fez pressing store in every block in Cairo. It said St. Joe doesn't have one. And because he was a wrestler, they used the story in the paper, and people hated him all the more for criticizing St. Joe.
What about the Wadlow incident, the tall man?
Yeah, Wadlow came here. He's the tallest man that ever lived, and he sued the Journal of the American Medical Association for a libelous description of his body. The federal building was being rebuilt, and at that time, so they had his trial in the council chamber of the city hall, which is turned over for federal use, that thing. And it was really sad. He came here and he stayed in Hotel Rubidoux, and the only way he could be comfortable at the Rubidoux was they took 3 beds and laid him out, and then he would sleep across those 3 beds. And I remember talking to him when he got out of high school. They thought he'd be a great basketball star. He came from Alton, Illinois, so a college over there signed him up because this year they tossed the ball to him and he'd just drop it through the hoop. At 8'8", it'd be no trouble at all. But he played only one game, and he said the only game he played, as soon as the opponents got the game, they would throw it against his legs, and hammer his legs. They knew he had a weakness in his legs and in his feet, and he couldn't stand that hammering, so he quit playing basketball. They drove him out of it, but those blows to his legs. And one of the things, he was a publicity man for his shoe company, and they had his shoes on display in stores at St. Joe. Without exaggeration, they were at least 22 or 24 inches long, and he said that his feet had been ruined on account of his weight, and his folks couldn't afford to buy him good shoes when he was young. He died about sometime in the 1940s, not long after the jury refused to give him any damages.
What about Colonel McNeely, who was a police superintendent?
Colonel McNeely was one of the most interesting people I ever met. He had served in the Spanish-American War. He served in World War II. He had been president of the police board. He was largely instrumental for getting new buildings at the state hospital. He was chairman of the state eleemosynary board. And he had been in San Francisco in 1906 on reserve duty for the Army. At the time, they had the terrible explosion there, and he stayed there for many months, helping the city getting straightened out from that tragedy. He was a man, he had some very strong personal beliefs, and one was he thought the telephone was the greatest enemy this society has ever created. He said, a telephone breaks in on you without any permission at all. He said it's unfair and unjust. And the colonel ran for Congress under unusual auspices. In 1918, the Republicans nominated him for Congress in this district up here, and he ran all the time while he was out of the country. He lost Boer, who was a very popular Democrat. But McNeely was an exceptional man and a very, very gifted lawyer.
Wasn't it Colonel Clay McDonald, who was police superintendent, and sort of put the police department on a military basis?
Yes. In 1921, Colonel Clay McDonald, who not only he had served in World War II and the Spanish-American War, but strangely, he had held a post by appointment of President Grover Cleveland. He was keeper of the port in St. Joe. The job was long ago abolished. The keeper of the port was the one who collected the import duties on things that came into St. Joseph. And they named him as chief of police because they were having a lot of trouble, and he instituted military procedures into the department, and policemen didn't walk to their posts, they marched to their posts, and it was by squads and everything else, strictly military. And one of the gags around town was that if he had stayed on as chief very much longer, he would have all the patrolmen living in pup tents and keep with Army tradition. But something happened. One of the only times I remember the Ku Klux Klan showing real muscle here. The police were out one night, they're chasing a car, they thought bootleggers were in it. This in 1921. And the car kept going, so they fired some shots into it. And they killed a little girl, 14 years old, her name was Nellie Hale. She was riding with her brothers in the car. This is out for an innocent evening riding. And there was a great uproar about the police to it, and they had a trial for one of the officers. He was sentenced to the penitentiary for 2 years, but the Colonel McNeely, who was a great defense attorney, eventually got that case overturned in the Supreme Court. The officer did not go to prison. But the day that Nellie Hale was buried, the Klan wanted to make a big thing out of it. They were very much against the colonel's colonels of Methodists for McDonald's Methodist for preserving order in St. Joe. They decided they were going to parade to Mount Morris Cemetery, and Chief McDonald said, "Well, you can parade, but you can't wear your masks." And so the Klan men, some on horses, others on foot, they marched this 3 or 4 blocks long. It was a long parade, and they marched up Mount Morris Road to the cemetery in the procession for the funeral of Nellie Hale. And some of those fellows, it worked out wrong because their identity was bared, and the fact that they were members of the Klan ruined their business, because the Klan did not have any backing in St. Joe of any great, had no real pressure.
Was it under Colonel Clay McDonald that the shootout on South 6th Street took place?
Yes, and he was down there. Three people were killed down there. The fellow they killed was Carlos Haynes. He was an Negro ex-convict, and it was at 7th and Scott Street, and he had got into a house down there, a 1.5-story house, and the police went out to serve a warrant on him, and he refused to accept service and refused to come out to be arrested. So they surrounded the house, and he began shooting at him. And it happened in the afternoon of 1921, and everybody, often there's just hundreds and hundreds of people. I was in high school a mile and a half away, and the word got there that there was a shooting down there, and naturally all those youngsters went down to see what was going on. I had to walk a mile and a half, and the chief detective, Tom Johnson, was killed by Haynes' firing. A police clerk who had gone there just not on duty to see what's happening, he was killed. Colonel McDonald was shot in the arm, but he was tough. He went to the American Legion meeting the same night he was shot. And then Haynes would come out, and so the nearby Grand Island Railroad yard, and they got some railroad waste, and they dipped it in oil and used sticks and threw it on the top of this house where he had taken refuge, and they set it on fire, and he came out of the 2nd floor, 1.5-story house. He came out, and the police just riddled him with bullets and killed him. That made 3 deaths and 1 wounded, and it was caused a lot of consternation in St. Joe, and that the killing of anybody, and the police were criticized for the way they handled the situation. Incidentally, about 6 months ago, the police here had a similar confrontation, but under Chief Arthur Kelly, they handled it in a way there was nobody injured, nobody hurt. The man finally came out, went to the state hospital for medical examinations. Chief Kelly used approved police methods and handled it in a very remarkably efficient manner.
That's great.
Incidentally, we only have, in the last 67 years, we've had 14 chiefs of police in St. Joe, and the only one of those chiefs who was not a professional law enforcement man outside of McDonald was Charlie Enos, who was named chief in 1933, and he did a lot of things to the department. He watched out for the welfare air officer, and he was the one that installed the first radio department for the St. Joseph Police Department. Chief Enos was a very good chief and held on 4 years, but we changed governors. In those days, when you change governors, well, you change chiefs of police.
You're talking about churches. What do you know about Twin Spires, since that's a museum?
It started out when it's Twin Spires. It was a German parish known as Immaculate Conception. There had been another building there, and a brick building, a red brick building, and then they built that, and You know, I worked for the man who was on the board that built that church, Chris Rutt. He was a trustee of that parish, and he said one time when they built the thing, somebody criticized it, said, look at that church. He said, it looks like a charging billy goat. And you think of those two spires, it does look like a billy goat's horns at that. But at one time, the school there, they taught part of the lessons in German, and regardless of your nationality, you took your lessons in German and you learned to speak and write German. My mother went to school there in the 1870s, and she was from an Irish family. All her older brothers and sisters were born in Ireland, but she had learned to read and write German, and it came in handy. In World War I, we had some neighbors who had relatives in Germany, and they wanted to correspond with them, see how the war was getting on before we'd entered it, and they used to call my mother, who would write letters for them in German, and then she would, when the letters came back, she would translate them to their United States friends on what they were really saying in Germany.
An early high school in St. Joseph was down there, catacorner to the library at 10th and Felix. And didn't they teach that entirely in German, I think?
I don't know, there was a German-English school there at 10th and Felix Street until World War I broke out, and then there was a strong anti-German feeling here, and they changed the name to Longfellow School. Mm-hmm. They taught an awful lot of things were taught. They did teach German in some of the schools. So.
You didn't? Did you ever have anything to do with Mr. Webb, who became Secretary of the Navy and is still living? He became quite famous for his participation in the Vietnam War. I believe he grew up in St. Joseph, didn't he, Webb? Or you didn't know him?
I didn't know him.
No. Then, of course, another well-known figure that grew up, that was born in St. Joseph, is the fellow, the dentist. What's the name?
Cronkite.
Cronkite.
Walter Cronkite. Walter Cronkite Sr. was a well-known dentist in St. Joseph, and his son was born here but lived here very briefly because Cronkite Sr. was called away to service in World War I, and his son became the most distinguished broadcaster in the history of journalism.
Well, I think that Cronkite's father and grandfather both were dentists here down in the Ballinger building.
Yeah, and his father's dental equipment and his office are now part of the Patey House. Dr. Cronkite died some years ago, and the son came here, and I remember a very lovely picture came in the paper. It was son and dad's, the only caption on it, and Cronkite, they're both handsome men. One of the memories I have, I was down to watch an execution down at the Missouri State Penitentiary in Jefferson City, and a fellow technically came within 11 minutes of dying in the gas chamber. It was Oscar Ralph Ashworth, and he had been sentenced on a plea of guilty to kidnapping a little girl and taking her to a quarry up in Andrew County. He actually had not molested her, the little girl, at all, and the girl's folks were very much against it, the death penalty, but they had sentenced him to die, and he had made his peace with God. And they took their shorts and shirts ready to go in the gas chamber. The minister was with him and all that. And 3 attorneys in St. Joseph drove through a blinding storm down to Jefferson City that night to file a writ of prohibition. And they finally knew they're on the way. About 2 years about 2 hours before the scheduled execution, they told Oscar that they're on their way. I think they can save you if they get here in time. They didn't get there until 11 minutes before they filed the writ and they staged execution. It used to be a double execution, and the other fellow who was to die was a fellow named King. And so King, they delayed the thing for 2 hours, make sure that the writ got there in time and the governor could act on it. And so King asked, postpone my execution, give me that extra 2 hours to live. And a very sad thing, he died 2 hours there. A real sad thing, we came out of the prison that night and it was raining real hard in that cobblestone street in front of the Missouri Penitentiary. There was King's mother kneeling there praying aloud to God to save her son, unaware that he had died about 10 minutes before.
Do you remember in WPA days, they graded a road halfway up the cliffs near the waterworks. It's all grown over now.
Yes, I do.
But they had a road and they had a building up on top.
They had a camp there, a camp for a youth group there that Roosevelt organized, a youth corps group, and they had a camp there, and I believe there's still a stone fireplace, that's a remnant of that thing up there. And at one time they had that, they used that for a field for some of the overflow troops, Rosecrans Field, and they called it Camp Petrie after Wheaton A. Petrie Jr., who was the first man from St. Joe to be killed in World War II.
During the war, there were a great many Air Force men being trained at Rosecrans, isn't that right?
That's right, yes. A huge number, and they had very active groups to entertain them and to assist them in every way possible. And many of those fellows settled down in St. Joseph and married St. Joseph girls and are very well-known businessmen today. We had a Colonel Keene out there, and he was quite a promoter, and he really promoted that field and did a lot of good for St. Joe.
Do you recall other activities of the WPA?
Yes, one thing they did, they took up the streetcar tracks. In those days, they had streetcar tracks all over town, and they were bad on snowy and icy days. Cars would slip around on them. They took them out. They also built that stone retaining wall on King Hill Avenue that right south of the viaduct that goes clear down to Division Street. They built that. They cut MacArthur Road through there and graded MacArthur Road. They did an awful lot of other work. And then in connection with that, the PWA, WPA, we had the PWA, the Public Works thing, and the Public Works thing gave us some new buildings, the police station on South 9th Street, and the most useful building of all, Welch Stadium out in South Park, which was named after the former mayor and congressman of St. Joseph, Bill J. Welch.
Let's talk about the old Union Station. Now, the Union Station was started quite early and burned, and the one that we remember so well was the second one.
Yeah. It was a long building, it had a hotel at one end of it, had a newsstand or a restaurant, a baggage department, a railway express thing, and it had all these fancy benches in there for the people waiting there, and it was really a picturesque place. But the railroads were really busy in those days. And for political figures to come to St. Joe, they would stop at Union Station and make their talks there. President Truman made his last talk in St. Joe as president. He came there in October 6, of 1952, and he spoke in the railroad yards there from a private car, and he spoke for urging the election of Adlai Stevenson as president.
I remember going down to the Union Station when I was in high school. We had a day off because we could go down to the Union Station and see Woodrow Wilson on his swing around, his last trip, swing around the country, and he came out on the back platform of the Pullman car, and that was the first time I'd ever seen a president of the United States. I was greatly impressed. He was very tall and dignified. He was immaculately dressed, and in his lapel he had a little American flag, and he was very, very serious. And of course, at that time, being in school, we heard a great deal about the war, and we didn't know whether we would get in it, or personally whether we would be sent into, whether we would get into military service or not. And the atmosphere was that of a crusade. I used to think, what were all these foolish people doing, going off on a crusade to the Holy Land? I thought it was utterly foolish. But when I saw how sentiment was roused up at the time of World War I, a holy crusade to save the world for democracy, I could understand how those medieval crusades took effect. And it's so interesting to see that after participation in one crusade, that was pretty much enough for the American people. They've gone to war since, but they don't go as a crusader anymore. They know it's a pretty bad business.
You know, that trip, the time Wilson came here, he spoke twice in St. Joe that day, and he was urging the adoption of the League of Nations, and I mean that was in 1919, early 1920, and he stopped up at the Great Western Yards up north of Grand Avenue in St. Joe and spoke to a crowd that gathered there. But on that trip, a matter of a week or two after leaving St. Joe, he suffered the stroke that incapacitated him for the rest of his life. And it's pretty well known that his last months as president, the White House was run by Colonel House, his advisor, and Miss Woodrow Wilson, who was a very strong-willed woman. And Sheridan, I think it'd be interesting if you would tell something how your late brother, Colonel Bern Logan, brought the Air National Guard to St. Joe, one of the great attributes and one of the finest things in St. Joe now, one of the big major employers, and a real mark of pride for every citizen here.
We're very proud of my brother Bern Logan. He grew up here, went to University of Missouri, and joined the ROTC there. At that time, that led into the field artillery. He graduated down there in 1936. Then he had 2 years in business school, which got you up to 1938. And so the National Guard, the ROTC was brought into service pretty much right away. He was sent down to Fort Sill, Oklahoma, for the field artillery. What did he say? 4 minutes. Field artillery. He had done a little flying here, and he decided that he would switch over to that. He did that, and became a pilot for bombing planes. I asked him about one time why he wasn't in fighters. He said, I'm too old, and I'm much too big to be a fighter. They like little fellas. But came 1943, and I learned he was going to go over to England. My heart sank because I thought he'd never come back. We had farewell. He went to England, and he was assigned to a field at Rattlesden in Suffolk. They told him when he arrived that, just to orient him, that he would go on 20 missions, and the rate of attrition was about 5%, so he could look forward to that. He actually went on 35 bombing missions as a bomb group commander, and he was never wounded. His plane was hit 15 times, but didn't come down. He came back and didn't know what he was going to do, had no special direction. So he heard that they were considering starting an Air National Guard in Missouri. He joined up with the head of the paper, Mr. Bradley, and they were able to get the National Guard to St. Joseph and built it up, became one of the largest employers in the city. And we're very, very proud of him.
Yeah, it's made millions of dollars every year for the city in payroll and other business. It's really been a great asset to the city. They suffered tremendously heavy damage in the flood this year, but by the grace of God, the government is spending millions and millions of dollars restoring the field just the way it used to be, and probably even better. We owe Vern Logan and Henry Bradley and Bill Barrow, who worked with that thing, we owe them a magnificent debt of thanks.
Okay? Well, you were going to talk about the breweries.
Well,
Okay? Well, you were going to talk about the breweries.
well, actually, we always St.Joseph, first things first, and we had 8 breweries before we had a waterworks. And way back, we had breweries in the first ones in the 1840s. And incidentally, Dave Hornaday was telling an interesting story the other day about a man named Andriano, and whose place was taken over by L.J. Fueling Bottling Company in North St. Joe. But the day that the Pony Express ride started, April the 3rd, 1860, why Mr. Andriano was there selling soda pop and beer to the crowd that gathered to watch the Pony Express go out. And Fuelings later took over the business from Mr. Andriano, and they stayed in business. The buildings that they operated for so many years are still standing up in North St. Joe in the Prospect Hill area close to Dewey Avenue. We had so many breweries. Of course, the big one was the Getz Brewery that was founded in 1859, and in our time was operated by the 4 Getz brothers, who did an awful lot to help St. Joe out. They're really boosters. William Getz purchased the old Tootle home at 11th and Charles Street and gave it to the city for one of its great museums. And now the granddaughter of Frank Getz, one of those brothers, is married to Dick DeShawn, and Mr. and Mrs. Dick DeShawn have primarily brought about the restoration of the Pony Express stables, and its change and improvement is now a National Historical Monument down on Penn Street between 9th and 10th Street, and they're working also, Dick DeShawn with Bob Simpson and others are going to bring a casino boat to St. Joe. We're going to have riverboat gambling, which could provide more than 500 jobs, very much needed jobs for people in St. Joe and this area.
One of the great resources that St. Joseph have is the city directories at the public library. Unfortunately, the very first city directory is 1859, 1860, and that means that we don't have any record of the citizens from 1843, when the town was started by Joseph Robidoux, up until 1859. But from then on, the directories come along pretty regularly, and it's a very useful resource in digging back on the city history. The directories have a portion that lists the different institutions by function. That is, they have the breweries, they have the saloons, they have the bakeries, and they have the grocery stores. These were the days before the supermarkets, and the numbers of saloons and breweries and family grocery stores, mostly mom and pop operations, and bakeries are just legion. There's so many of them, and it's a very interesting thing to look over those old city directories.
Yeah, that's true. And you know, even Jesse James was in the directory. He showed in the 1882 directory under the name that he used, the alias Thomas Howard. And it's too bad that some of those mom and pop stores, they just could not compete with these huge supermarkets. And I was in a store the other day, I just think about 4 or 5 people ahead of me, and they bought enough groceries that would have kept one of these small stores going for a week. I mean, an order altogether probably $500 or $600 in groceries. You see people coming in for families, and they'll get orders of $80 to $100 regularly, and these small grocery stores, they gave unlimited credit, and they had about $3 or $4 a day while they were doing well.
One very interesting feature of those retail stores is the Dugdale Packing Company. Harold Dugdale, his father, had a butcher shop on Frederick Avenue, just a regular butcher shop, and Harold's early jobs were delivering cuts of meat. He had a motorcycle and a sidecar, and his customers, a great many, would call up and order a different cut of meat, and Harold would show up to deliver it. He took to the business in a great way. He loved it, and he gradually built up out of that beginning the Dugdale Packing Company, which specialized in quality meats. He bought the best animals at the different shows, and he had a deluxe clientele. He serviced the best restaurants on the West Coast and in New York City. And his trucks left the place each week with these fine cuts of meat. He told me at one time that he had cut every finger on his hands at some time or other. They healed, of course, but his knife had slipped a little bit. He had an ambition, perhaps not a very good one, to have shot every every sporting mammal on the North American continent. So he traveled up to Alaska to shoot the great bears, and he had shot moose. He had shot every animal that he could, just to say that he had shot it. And his Dugdale Packing Company was famous around the country.
It sure was. And he was really another big asset to St. Joe. Incidentally, Hilliard Chemical Company has an amazing story, and they started, I believe, I think it's 1907. You can correct me if you're wrong. And Mr. Hilliard started, he actually drove a chemical truck, a horse-pulled chemical truck himself when he started his business. Became up and nationally known, and they had one of the great publicity men ever had in St. Joe, and his name was Elliot Spratt, and he was he married one of the Hilliard girls, and I think of two things he got to get him national publicity. He arranged for Ringley and Barnum Bailey Circus to use Hilliard products to clean their elephants. Got some publicity. Then he got some publicity another time when he talked Madison Square Garden, where they had all the big fights, the major basketball games, and they used Hilliard products for their floors. And it was really good advertising not only for the firm, but for St. Joe, that we were turning out things in that big a demand.
He was known all over the country as Jack Spratt, and he cultivated that. When he was in high school, he was a classmate of one or more of the Hilliard sons, and they loved basketball and were very good at it. They developed this. They developed a Hilliard basketball team that became quite good, and it was used as an advertisement for their floor coverings, floor treatments, because the treatment they would give a floor was very good for basketball, and that became one of their great publicity features.
They won, in 1926, they won the National AAU Championship. And every year, they made St. Joe basketball conscious. They must not charge very much because they'd fill the auditorium and they would play their games there. And schedules were different in those days. The Hilliards would play at the University of Missouri, the University of Kansas, their teams. They'd play the Haskell Indians and things like that, and they'd play some almost like professional teams. They'd play and beat, and Spratt, by the way, was one of their basketball players, and they had one of the great all-time basketball players to organize the team that won the championship, and his name was Forrest DiBernardi. He was just an unbelievable basketball player. Let's see. Pardon me.
Are you through with that?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Did you ever have anything to do with the people that invented SDP, wasn't it? SDP?
No, I knew who they were,
Uh-huh.
but I had nothing to do with the
But that was invented here in St. Joseph, wasn't
St. Joe. Made a lot of money before they sold out on the thing. Before it got big. I'll tell you a person I met that I thoroughly enjoyed is Sally Rand, and the great fan dancer. And first time I met her, I was covering the Missouri legislature in 1941, and she was a Missouri girl. She came from Hickory County, and she captured the big Chicago Exposition World's Fair of 1932 with her fan dancer, and she was unbelievable. She kept going, and the last time I saw her, and she's still working as a fan dancer, she was in burlesque in Atlantic City in 1964 while the Democratic National Convention was nominating Lyndon Johnson, and to a couple of St. Joe friends, I wanted the burlesque to see her and sent a note backstage and said, Missouri friends would like to talk to you. And so she said, come back at the intermission. We did, and here she was fan dancing then. She was a grandmother, and she was into her 70s, and she said, the only difference between now and my early days, I use more of blue light. It doesn't show the wrinkles, and so I still go full speed. And she had a knack in publicity. When she would play in a town, why she would ask a restaurant to put Sally Rand items on its menu, and one of them that she used to have Sally Rand salad, and Sally Rand salad was naturally a salad without dressing, and she got good publicity and things like that. I interviewed her one time, and all she had to protect her was a towel not much bigger than a handkerchief. But there was no morality involved because I was 700 miles away. I was writing a magazine article about her at the time, and I called her. She was in Royal Oaks, right outside of Detroit, Michigan, and I had to get some facts from her, a magazine article, and so she said, I'm freezing. She said, I just got out of the shower, and she said, I got a dinky little towel, and I'm standing here. So I said, well, Miss Rand, I'll call you back later, no inconvenience. No, I don't want to waste the phone call. She said, I can stand here and talk anyway. So I couldn't see a lot of Miss Rand, yet you could see her over the telephone. But she was a wonderful fan dancer, and now there's a drive on. They're trying to get somebody to write a book about her. One of her records was she had to do the biggest attendance they ever had at the Missouri State Fair. And Governor Forrest Smith brought her there, and there were complaints that her act was immoral. So Forrest Smith said, as governor, I'll watch his act. And he said, I'm a man who thumbs his Bible every day. And he said, I'll say if it's immoral, it is, we won't have her. And he listened. I don't know how much Forrest knew about the arch, but he said the act was not immoral. And went on, she set records at the Missouri State Fair. One time I interviewed the psychiatrist at the Missouri State Penitentiary, and I talked to him about which type of prisoners adjust best to, are most contented prisoners, cause the least trouble, most contented, adjust to living here. And he said, I'll tell you who the most contented prisoners are in the penitentiary. And he said, it may surprise you. He said, the happiest and most contented prisoners we have in the Missouri Penitentiary are the men who are here for having killed their wives. You do not tell this story at women's clubs.
In addition to the St. Joseph Association with Sally Rand, there's another similar association. Mr. Josiah B. Moss grew up in St. Joseph, and along in 1891, he contracted, he was unmarried, he contracted with E.J. Eckel and Harvey Ellis to build a house for him. Actually, they built the house at 9th and Sylvania, which is one of the Missouri River Chateau. Beautiful place. And as I say, he was unmarried. He was going to live there with his aunt. And so it's designed in that way. The fact is that later on he did get married and brought up a family of a son and a daughter. The house was not so well adapted for family life. But anyhow, he commissioned the house, and then he took off with some friends on a European trip, and he was going to have the house done while he was away and be done when he got back. They went to Egypt and Cairo, and in Cairo they were taken to a nightclub where the main attraction was a girl who did the belly dance better than anybody else had ever done it. And they thought so highly of this that they went several times, and then they recommended this to friends, and it got to the attention of people organizing the 1893 Columbian Expedition in Chicago. They hired the girl. They called her Little Egypt, and the people that went to the fair, certainly all the men, all went to see Little Egypt, and that was Mr. Moss's contribution.
All right, along that line, those band dancers, Sally Rand got her name an unusual way. She didn't like the name she had, so she looked at a map one day and saw that Rand McNally, and she thought that sounds pretty good, so she took that name and used it the rest of her life, and she became more famous than the map sellers.
Do you remember her real name?
No.
No.
I'll tell you one person I met, unbelievable. There's probably not one person in 10,000 now who remembers Jacob Coxey. But when I was a kid, they were still talking about Jacob Coxey, and he had led a bunch of tramps onto Washington to seek social justice. And when you come to school with old clothes, why people say, are you part of Coxey's army? which was the supreme insult. And Coxey came out of Ohio, and in 1894, I don't know where he got the title of general, but he organized this march on Washington, and they came all over the country, and they walked, and this got there a whole bunch in Washington, and they wanted monetary changes, and they wanted to get some kind of social, what amounted to social security of some kind, and they were tougher on demonstrators those days. When they got there, they arrested them for walking on the grass and put some in jail, and they were so severe that it broke up their march, and that was the end of Coxey's army that had marched on Washington. Well, this, in 1944, I was sitting in the office one day, and this tall man came in with the tightest fitting black suit I've ever seen, came in the office, and he said, "I'm trying to get a little publicity. I am Jacob Coxey." And he was in history, all that, and I was just amazed that he was still alive, but he was fighting for some monetary changes, and he was on his way to the Republican National Convention in Chicago so he could bring his plan up. But here he was, 50 years later, after being jailed in Washington, here he was still fighting that good fight again to help the poor people.
Did you ever see Dr. Brinkley, the goat gland doctor?
I did not know.
That was in Kansas.
I knew about him. He was the man that they cheated out of election as governor of Kansas. There's no doubt about it at all. They eventually ran him out of the United States with his goat gland things. But on that election, they had to write in ballots, and then he had to have his name spelled exactly right, and you had to have the right first name, and got all technicalities. And even with all that opposition, he came mighty close to being elected governor of Kansas.
Of course, we had a doctor here one time, Dr. Richmond, who used the top floor of the Patey House as his office. He invented some kind of medicine called Nervine, and I believe that he was criticized by the editor of the newspaper, and he got in a buggy and drove down to the office of the Gazette, which I believe was in the Ballinger building at that time, and shot the editor, and then took off and disappeared.
Yeah, and he went away. He never was convicted. He killed the editor and did it very coolly and very calmly. He had the cab driver driving his buggy, had him wait outside when he went inside, and killed the editor. And the editor he killed, his name was Strong. And
I believe that was the only newspaper man that was ever killed, but there were various confrontations. One tried to beat up another man.
That happened occasionally, but that's the only I don't know that Judge Strong was killed. And his family, after he died, they ran the legal paper in St.Joseph for many years, the Courier. His daughter ran her. She was Miss Lucian Easton. She's widow of a prominent St. Joseph lawyer. One of the interesting fellows I knew at the courthouse when I was first up there was Lyman Forgrave, who had been a justice of the peace, and then he'd been a contractor. He'd been a drummer boy in the Civil War, and he's the only Union soldier I ever saw who hated the GAR. And he said the GAR is nothing but a bunch of Republicans. The organization said they started organizing to elect Grant as president, and he said they're still like that. And you may guess Lyman was a die-hard Democrat.
Lyman Forgrave was 16 years old when he was a drummer boy in the Civil War. And I have friends in Tennessee who told me a story involving him. There was a boy down there named Sam Davis, lived at Smyrna, Tennessee, a little east of Nashville, and he was a courier for the Confederacy, and they got on to him, captured him, and found documents, and said, "Well, now who are you working for? Who is your boss?" And he said that he wasn't going to tell them. And they said, "Well, you know, we can hang you." And he said, "That's too bad, but I'm just not going to tell you." So they did everything they could to try to avoid this, but finally they did arrange to hang him. And Lyman Forgrave rolled the drums while the hanging took place. And then later on, when Lyman grew up and came to St. Joseph, he had several sons who were doctors here, and they preserved and probably still have the actual drumsticks that he rolled for the hanging down in Tennessee. And down at Smyrna, the house of Sam Davis is preserved and is a place that people visit to see, because here was a boy who chose dying rather than divulge his sources.
You know, on the light side, I remember one time, this is about 50 years ago, I was a courthouse reporter, and they arrested a woman here who was wanted in St. Louis on a check charge. She was in jail. She was in no hurry to get down there. She was in jail here, and so the deputy sheriffs had a great idea. It looks like the Cardinals might get to the World Series, and so they didn't press at all. They kept her in jail there, and they had the case continued and waiting all the time. And then thought the time came, the Cardinals got in the World Series, two of them make a trip down there and deliver her and see the series. And so it turned out the Cardinals flopped at the last minute and didn't get the series. And so they did the decent thing. They turned the poor lady loose and didn't prosecute her. I still like to talk about the second luckiest day of my life. It was the day I met Harry Truman. The luckiest day I ever had was the day I met Marguerite Bennett, who became my wife. But in May of 1934, I was at the courthouse one day, and Charlie Enos, chief of police, came up to me and said, "There's a little fellow run for United States Senator down to St. Francis Hotel," and he said he'd like to get some publicity. He said, "Awful nice little fellow," and he said, "Why don't you drop down?" So I went down, and Harry Truman was sitting in the lobby of the St. Francis Hotel all by himself that day. And so I introduced myself and talked to him. And he had just filed a week or two before for the Democratic nomination for United States Senator. And it was a tough time to file. Everybody knew that Pendergast was behind him. And at the election in April, this is the month before the city election, 4 people had been killed in the Kansas City election. They were pretty roughshod in those days. And asked him if that's going to hurt him. And he said, no. He said, Mr. Pendergast is backing me. He never asked me to do anything illegal or dishonest. He knew I wouldn't. But he said, I'm going to win this election because I'm going to work harder. And he got talking, and one thing was that as a boy, he had an eye defect, and it amounted to a flat eyeball. And remember, he took off his glasses and showed me. And in the middle of each lens, there's a thing like about the size of a half a peanut that had used to enlarge his sight. And he said, this kept me out of West Point. And he said, as a boy, I wasn't able to play baseball because I couldn't see real good. And he laughed. He said, because I couldn't play baseball, he said, they made me the umpire. And he laughed by being the umpire because he had poor sight. He also talked about the thing about his honesty, and he said, I just finished spending $10 million on a bond issue in Jackson County, and he said, I got patches on my pants, and he said, I'm an honest man, and I'm going to win. And he was very much an underdog. There were two powerful fellows running against them. Milligan came up this part of the country, and they thought he had a real good chance. And then a St. Louis congressman named Cochran was running, and he had a tremendous following in St. Louis, but Truman kept on fighting, and he won. And actually, I was just lucky. I got to talk to him later on in the office of the White House, and as president, he was just the same easygoing, completely honest fellow as he was when he was a county judge in Kansas City looking for election as United States Senator. He was one fellow, he grew, and some people go to Washington, their heads swell, and others just grow, and he's one who just grew.
You've probably read the recent biography, haven't you?
McCullough's book,
McCullough.
yeah, and it's an exceptionally fine book. It took him 10 years to write it. It's a book that'll wear you out because it's so heavy. It's over 1,000 pages, but every bit of it's sure worth reading.
Well, we're talking about some of the businesses like Dovedale and that sort of thing. What
We've
about
got 3 minutes.
What about,
I see, we haven't talked about the Aunt Jemima pancake flour, haven't we? Have we?
No, you haven't.
I think Perd Wright, who was the librarian of St. Joseph, was in on the original invention of a mixture to make pancakes easy. The mixture was bought. The formula was bought by R.T. Davis, who had the Davis Milling Company, probably about 1892, just about 100 years ago. And when the World's Fair came in Chicago in 1893, they had an exhibit which was very popular. It was a large barrel, it was a huge room in the shape of a barrel, and on its side, and you could walk in there, and there was a colored woman who was Aunt Jemima in the way we know she dressed in the advertisements. I believe she was a St. Joseph woman, and she was making pancakes, and you could go in there and get free pancakes. The trademark became very popular, and it still goes on. I think that there have been numerous subjects of the trademark. It's changed a little bit over the years, but it's still a well-known trademark in retail use.
You know, one of the great fire chiefs St. Joe had was late Leo J. Urbanski, and he was unbelievable. And here's a puzzle for you. Leo Urbanski had never been in England. His parents had never been in England. His great-grandparents had never been in England. His great-great-grandparents had never been in England. He was a native of England. It happened this way. His folks coming over from Poland were in a steerage, and he was born on the ship in mid-ocean, and because it was an English ship under international law, that made him a native of England, where he had never been, where none of his folks had ever been. He was an unbelievable fellow, and he worked hard until he got married, and he was chief, and he's on duty 24 hours a day. He slept at the fire station. He had all his meals there. He had a room at his sister's home. He went there occasionally, but all the time he was on duty, and he would go attend national conventions, and he would insist on driving instead of wasting money on train fare or plane fare, and he would stay at fire stations. Even in Convention City, he wouldn't stay at a big hotel. He would stay at a fire station, and he would go to Philadelphia and be gone 2 weeks and come back and turn the bill maybe $78 for all his expenses. And he had one fault. He wanted to put out every fire personally. And he would go, he didn't know the meaning of fear. And if ever was a fellow properly named, it was Leo the Lion Urbanski. And I was at one of the fires, and there was a young Irishman named Delaney, and he had 9 children, and he was running around trying to help put out the fire, and Urbanski said, "Delaney, come here and sit down in my car and don't you budge." He said, "If you get killed," he said, "it'll ruin our pension fund." With 9 kids, that would probably do it. And Leo was a great guy, and he had a son who became the music man on This Is Your Life, and with his connections, they put on that radio show, This Is Your Life, many years ago, and I was amazed at the thoroughness it went about. I kept in contact with one of the producers, getting some of the facts needed for the show about his career, and they even tried to find if there were any of the old horses alive when they had horse-drawn fire trucks, fire cars in St. Joseph, and they weren't. And that brings another memory. The way those horses were trained in fire stations were unbelievable. They had perfect toilet manners, and I can't tell on television exactly how, but they did not get their stalls dirty, and they were on very strict time schedules. And up on the fire station number 7, 10th and Corby Street, they would have these 2 horses at nighttime and give them exercise. They would trot up and down 10th Street with nobody on them. They would go up to Lincoln Street, 2 blocks north of the station, turn south down to Isidore where the cathedral is, and then come back up that way. And when the alarm rang and sounded the bell, those horses would dash up there and would go into the marketplace on the floor, and the harness would drop on top of them. And the captain in charge up there was Joe Trainer, who was perfectly named because he had trained those horses. And those horses were just unbelievable, and they were very colorful. And the one reason they attracted a lot of kids that used the fire station as a place to go to, because firemen were friendly and told them a lot of stories, some of which were true.
Did you know Chief Kane? He was well-known.
I didn't know him, but I remember him. He rode to fires by a sulky behind a speeding horse, and you'd see the horse go the street, and the sulky going full speed there and striking up sparks as he hit the bricks. And there was, and his brother, Michael Kane, later became chief after Pat Kane died. He was one of our most famous chiefs. I didn't know him, but I knew of him, knew what he was. In those days, when a fireman would die, they would put on a funeral. This unbelievable. They would have these, they get their fire wagons out and the horses, and they would have a horse go up front with black on it, indicating that the boots were in the stirrups backwards, the fire boots, and that this man had gone to his reward.
You remember the paddy wagons?
Remember the patrol wagons very well. The police had them, and it was a little bit disgraceful to be arrested and taken into the patrol wagons. But the first ones, they had like a truck body in the back, and they had a railing there, and the people arrested us sat out in the open. Later on, they did enclose them and put them in there, but they made a lot of arrests. And at that time, the police not only ran the patrol wagons, which they called the Black Marias, but they also ran the ambulance service. And one of the things, there are a lot of private ambulances, and when a call would come into the police station, there are 4 or 5 officers who, before they would go out with the police ambulance, would get on the telephone and call a private ambulance operator, give them the break ahead of the police department. They got a little money for rendering that service for the private ambulance companies.
I believe the, of course, automobiles came in about, I don't know when the first automobile was, but it was early in the 1900s. They formed an automobile club, and they elected a prominent banker, Mr. Henry Krug, as treasurer. But he didn't have an automobile. But then he decided that since he'd been elected an officer of the automobile club, he better get one. So he bought an automobile then. And I remember the first automobile I saw was in San Francisco about the spring of 1905. It looked like a buggy, but you took a crank out from under the seat and put it in the side under the seat, so you could stand on the sidewalk and you'd crank it up from the sidewalk from the side. They looked like buggies in those days.
I remember the first car. Thing I remember mostly, you didn't have automatic starters. You had to crank them, and then at nighttime, they had lights. There weren't electrical lights. Some kind of lights had like lamps, and you had to light them yourself, just like you light a lamp in your home before you had electricity.
7 ladies in St. Joseph owned electrics, and those electrics were just like a jewelry store surrounded by plate glass, and they had a tiller. They went rather slowly. You'd recharge them at night, and a friend of mine was walking up Frederick Avenue one time. The electric was running along. This lady was very conservative. She went at a very slow rate, and as he was walking, he got there. He gained on her as she was going up.
They were battery operated. I remember the lady I remember who had one was Miss Walker. She had an outstanding confectionery in St. Joe. If you amounted to anything, why, you took your girlfriend to Walker's and had a sundae or a soda, and they sold unbelievable candy. And they were one of the best known businesses in St. Joe, and Miss Walker had her own electric car.
You know, one of the amazing things to me as I've gotten older is that I realized that when I was a young kid that I really knew people who were of a generation prior to that who overlapped with other generations. And you can really, through that process, go back a long way in time. You must have some memories as children of people that go back into the 1800s easily, right?
Sure.
Actually,
I remember standing on Frederick Avenue, probably around 22nd Street, seeing the Wyeth family go down Frederick Avenue in their Stanley steamer, and they were all they had light coats they put on over their regular clothing, and they had goggles, and the steamer would go down, and there would be a plume of steam behind the car for about a block after it passed. Those were great cars.
you know, I got a great regret when I was a young boy, probably 8 to 10, 12 years old. I knew Charlie Cliff. I knew him, who he was. I used to see him. He was one of the original Pony Express riders. And in going downtown, I would regularly pass his house on North 6th Street, and he'd be sitting there, and always sitting on the front porch and smoking a pipe and wearing this big tall hat, the type that Teamsters all wore in those days. He was a Teamster. And I knew he was a Pony Express rider because I knew his son, Warren Cliff, who was a fire captain, and he had talked about his dad's exploits as a Pony Express rider. I know he had been tickled to death if a boy would come by and ask him what was it like and what was going on and talk to him. But I went by there and saw him hundreds of times and wasn't smart enough to realize that there was history in the making, and that I passed up the opportunity. Along that line, one of the smartest men I ever knew was Judge Morris Hoffman, who's prosecuting attorney and criminal court judge at St. Joe. And he said the best advice you can give to any young people is learn to listen. And his theory was that most people, they don't listen. What I'm saying, all the time somebody's talking, you're thinking of what you're going to say next rather than listen.
Did you ever hear William Jennings Bryan?
No, but I know a story about him. He came to St. Joe and he spoke at the agency Democratic picnic, and Dr. C.R. Woodson was superintendent of the state hospital. He was a Democrat, and William Jennings Bryan went out there for supper that night, and Dr. Woodson had a daughter, Julia Woodson Edmond, who was a devout Democrat till she died relatively recently when she was up in her 90s. And she told me that after he ate their house, she took the plate and she wouldn't let her mother wash it. And she kept it for months because that's the plate that William Jennings Bryan had eaten off. He was a saint in her eyes. Incidentally, as I said, her father was superintendent of the state hospital, and she said she didn't know Jesse James, but she knew Jesse James' mother. Jesse James' stepfather, Dr. Samuels, was a patient at the state hospital in St. Joe and died out there. And his widow, his wife, used to come up, Jesse's mother, used to come up almost every Sunday from Kearney and visit him at the state hospital. And she'd get a buggy here, come on a train, get in a buggy, drive out the hospital. And Julia says, a little girl, and I was scared of her and said, I thought she was somebody who could do you a lot of harm if she wanted to. She said, I never talked to her, but she said, I saw her often. You probably knew Julia Woodson.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
When I first came to St. Joe in 1948, our first place we lived was an apartment that was owned by Leonard Guitar at 9th and Rubin, no longer there. But he told me that that home had been built by a Civil War general. Do you know any of that story?
Yes, yes, that was Odon Guitar, O-D-O-N. He was a federal general in charge of this district. He had a brother who was sympathetic with the southern side, and he lived down in Columbia, Missouri. So there's the place down there where he lived. The house is still standing. They call it Confederate Hill, and Odin Guitar had a couple of daughters, one of whom, Mary Guitar, married Mr. R.A. Brown, who was an attorney, and that Brown, Douglas and Brown legal firm goes on with Mr. Brown's grandson is there to this day. Another grandson, Templeton Brown, started out in that law firm here in St. Joseph, and there was an antitrust suit against the Chicago Packers, Swift and Company, others, and the big legal lawyers from Chicago came down, and they were greatly impressed by the local man who was Templeton Brown, son of Mary Guitar, so much so that they asked him to come up to Chicago and join their firm, and he did that. He had a very successful career. I was in high school with him. I regard him as one of the brightest people I've ever met. He became partner of the firm, the leading Chicago law firm, and it now carries his name as the Brown name goes on in Chicago as a partner of this leading law firm there. That was a descendant of Odin Guitar.
I remember Mr. Guitar ran that place up there, and you remember right in that, they had a sold steps up there, and they had an aperture, like a place open where you might put a statue or something in there.
Right.
I never know what there was. It really was a past the home. Right back of there was a barn, and that's where Mary Stauber started her little theater things, and they had plays back there, right back of. You remember was the barn still there? No, between the Prince's and that rooming house. Yes, yeah, that's where Mary Stauber, and she became Miss Boulder.
Mary Stauber was a very interesting person, very dynamic. Her father was a lawyer here in St. Joseph, and she had a couple of sisters and a brother, and she was in high school, and there became very interested in the dramatic undertakings they had. She was in plays, and after high school she went to Northwestern University and studied elocution. She wanted to go on the stage, and she did go to New York, and she had at least one walk-in part on Broadway. Her father didn't think this was very desirable for her to be in New York City and insisted on her coming back, and she then undertook these amateur productions in St. Joseph. In fact, I think in addition to that little place they call it Cobble Court or something like that, I think they also used the Tootle Theater at one time. Later on, Bartlett Boder's wife died, and he had known the Stauber family a long time, and eventually Mary Stauber married Bartlett Boder. And as Mrs. Boder did a wonderful job of carrying on her husband's interests. He had been greatly interested in St. Joseph history. She carried on that interest, and it was her effort that preserved Roubidoux Row, which had been built by Joseph Roubidoux. And she even, when she died, she then worked on the buildings next to the St. Joseph the Missouri Valley Trust Company. She worked on that, kept it intact, and restored the buildings next door to it, the Boder building. And when she died, she left charitable trusts to carry on support of a number of these interests that Bartlett Boder had. She had a very distinguished career. She was a great leader, and left a great hole in the community when she departed.
You know, the funny thing, I was close on hand when her father died. Her father, Ralph Stauber, he's a big Republican leader, and I was at a lawyer's office they now call it the First Federal Building at 7th and Felix Street. I was there, and they came in and said, Mr. Stauber, this collapsed in the elevator and died. I was working in the paper at the time, and I checked out there, and the doctors with him said he's dead, and I called the office and told him that that Mr. Stauber had died. Incidentally, one of the stories that I encountered was very unusual, so unusual that the paper wouldn't use it. I was a courthouse reporter, and we had a deputy county treasurer up there. For many years he had held positions of trust in city and county government, and his name was Alpha Wigglesworth Toole. He is terribly proud of that name. He went back into history, and he went in genealogy, and he had to sign his name scores of times every day, hundreds of times, and almost always, instead of this A.W. Toole, he'd write Alpha Wigglesworth Toole. One day in 1932, I was at the courthouse, and Al called me into the office, in the back of the vault there, and he said, "I'm going to tell the grand jury that I stole $3,200. And he said, I stole the money to help a friend. And so he said, I'll give you the exact figure, and I'm going to write and tell the grand jury. So I called the officer's story, and right away they said, how well you know him? I said, real well. I said, I've talked to him 5 or 6 times a week for 3 or 4 years. And I said, completely reliable. And they were afraid of us because he was going to lose his job in a week or so on a change of administrations. There might be a trick, so they wouldn't use it. He went for the grand jury. He told them how much he stole. Later on, they had an audit, and the audit is exactly the same amount that he had stolen. And he went to court and pleaded guilty. And what had happened, he had a young friend, who was a friend of his daughter, and the fellow needed some money bad. He was in trouble, and Al wanted to help him. And he had come down at the courthouse one night and had taken this money out of the treasury, kept a complete record of the thing. This fellow never paid him back, and he got a 3-year sentence to penitentiary. In those days, they had a rule in court here that anybody who stole public monies could not get probation or parole. Now they always wind up with it. So he went to the penitentiary, and he had never been further away from St. Joe than Kansas City. He never had a drink in his life. He never smoked in his life. He got to the penitentiary. We went there. He was 73 years old, and because he was a bookkeeper, they had a pants factory outside the prison walls, and they made him a bookkeeper there. And to get inside the prison, he was a prisoner. He had to get a pass to go inside the prison. And the only time he went to the prison was to catch his tip. And in prison language, a tip is the pay you get for work of the state. I think he got something like 14 cents a day. And he did not smoke, and so his tip was used for candy money. And he served his 3 years in the penitentiary and came back to St. Joe and died a lonely old man. And you realize one fellow who made a great sacrifice for a friend, and I know it was wrong, but you had to admire him.
That was a wonderful story. I think that story you told of Ott Tyson, who couldn't bear to put his men into penitentiary, is a wonderful one.
Ott Tyson was sort of an unusual guy. Every day he bought a can of cigars. They were in a square can to be about 4 inches, then about 8 or 9 inches deep, and he put it in his coat pocket, and that's his cigar supply for the day. He didn't put it in his pocket, he kept it in that can. And he spent his days down at a beer place on Edmund Street, M.P. and Watkins beer place, 517 Edmund Street, and all his friends would come in and visit him, and he'd buy him a drink, and then at nighttime he would catch a ride up the hill. He lived at the jail up there, and Al emptied and Les Watkins' place is kind of interesting. It was next door to St. Joe's celebrated bathhouse, which was in the basement under the Burston Dearden restaurant. And the bathhouse is known not for the baths it gave, but the fact that it sold straight alcohol for 25 cents a shot, and you could get alcohol there all the time. And the fellow that ran it was named Riley White, and he was the most picturesque speaker I ever heard. He knew and used more swear words than anybody else I'd ever encountered, and as this came natural for him, he wasn't trying to impress you, he just talked that way. And he had a sister I knew, her name was Minnie Himmelberg. I knew I used to see her in court. Minnie Himmelberg ran 3 brothels on South 5th Street. Do you know any society people?
What about the change of ownership at the news press? What was the control when you first went there, and then how did it change to the Bradleys?
Well, when I first went there, the Palmer family were the majority stockholders, and Mr. Palmer was a real old man who had been an advisor and a colleague of William Randolph Hearst. He had advised Hearst on purchases. Hearst even sent him to France to help him on some art things, art objects he wanted to buy. And then in 1939, Mr. Sprague, Hugh Sprague, the publisher, died, and the Palmers decided to bring Henry D. Bradley back here from Connecticut as publisher, and Henry Bradley became publisher. They changed it around and made the thing employee-owned. The veteran employees had a chance to buy stocks. Henry Bradley was succeeded as publisher by his son David Bradley, David R. Bradley, and now his grandson is the president and the publisher. One's the president, one's the publisher of News Press, Henry and David Bradley.
David Bradley told me a very interesting story about the transition. Evidently, when Mr. Palmer had decided that Mr. Henry Bradley would take over, David Bradley was sent to see Mr. Palmer. They met in Brookline, Massachusetts, and talked it all over what the details of the ownership would be, and they agreed orally, and then Mr. Palmer said, "Well, I think we really ought to have some sort of a written record about this." And they looked all around the house, and the only paper they found was a paper sack, craft paper, and they got a pencil, and they wrote out the details of the transaction on that. Later, it was made legal, but the original transaction was written on a paper sack.
That's interesting.
Well, we're out of time.
We're
Over time.
pretty much out of ideas. Okay. Well, you were going to talk about the breweries.
Well, actually, we always St.Joseph, first things first, and we had 8 breweries before we had a waterworks. And way back, we had breweries in the first ones in the 1840s. And incidentally, Dave Hornaday was telling an interesting story the other day about a man named Andriano, and whose place was taken over by L.J. Fueling Bottling Company in North St. Joe. But the day that the Pony Express ride started, April the 3rd, 1860, by Mr. Andriano